afternoon. Welcome to City Council meeting for February 8th, 2022. We continue to be under guidelines for anyone in attendance to wear a proper face covering, whether they've received vaccinations or not. Items listed on the agenda may be taken out of order. 2 or more agenda items for consideration may be combined, and any item on the agenda may be removed or related discussion may be delayed at any time. With that, I'll call the meeting to order. The agenda has been properly posted. All members of council are present in chambers. And we will begin with the invocation by Pastor Barbie. Please rise.
Thank you, Mayor. Shall we bow our heads in prayer, please? Our gracious and loving God, thank you for this opportunity to offer the invocation at the Boulder City Council meeting. I pray for the mayor, for the various levels of city officials, and in particular for this assembled city council. I'm asking for wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our time. I'm asking for wisdom and the ability to work together in harmony, even when there is honest disagreement. I'm asking for personal peace in their lives and joy in their task. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. I know you have another commitment, but we will proceed to the Pledge of Allegiance. Again, thank you for your kind words.
Thank you, sir.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Just one point of information before we begin. As our last item on the agenda, we will be going into closed session. That may take some time. Once that closed session is completed, we will come back for the final public comment period. Again, you're welcome to stay. I encourage you to do so if you would like to speak in that final public comment period. But for now, we will begin with our initial public comment period. As stated in the agenda for this meeting, public comment may have been submitted in writing or comments via email prior to the meeting. Members of the public will also have the opportunity to call in during this session. Public comment during the initial period is limited to those items on the agenda for action. Each person wishing to speak during the public comment period will have up to 5 minutes. And as always, we ask that you be civil and concise in your comments. Is there anyone here who would like to speak in public comment? Please come forward. State your name, please.
Ted Taylor. I want to speak about something that's going to be on the agenda later. Shouldn't we wait until then?
Yes, as long as it's on the agenda for this evening, you can go ahead.
Not right now?
Yes.
Okay, well, there's some questions about the dog ordinance. From a personal standpoint, I have a dog that's well-trained, doesn't even cross the street without me telling her to. She could be 100 yards ahead of me and still won't cross the street until I tell her to. She waits for me. I'm concerned about the at-large meaning in the way it is going to be posted, because where can a dog go off-leash and play and interact and socialize? Can they, with the new ordinance, can it be at this park here? You know,
we're not able to engage in a conversation during the public comment period, but again, please proceed.
Okay, well, there are no areas in this city for a dog to run loose. There's a dog park, but it's not, my dog needs 5 miles a day at least for exercise, and that park is not capable of doing that for her. In addition, the area where you can throw frisbee or play chuck it or whatever is so gravelly that the first time I did, I had to take the dogs out because their paws were bleeding so bad that it just was not usable. So I think the issue should be not the dogs, but the owners. That if you have a responsible owner and a social dog, I'd love to know how many calls you guys get. It was noted, but what is the context of those calls? People call in a lot for, there was a dog off the leash, but what does that mean? You know, are you concerned about the number of calls? What's the concern? What's the issue about it? And if you can't respond to that now, then I'll wait till later. But as long as dogs are reasonable, they're with their owner, they're social, it's on the owner. I mean, you can pass there's drivers, you have to get a driver's license, you have to wear seatbelts, you have to stop at red lights, and they're still crappy drivers, So, it's all, don't blame the dog necessarily, it's always the owner. So I'm just concerned about the restriction being so restrictive that dogs aren't able to get the exercise, the socialization, the sensory. I call them sensory walks, where she's allowed to smell and enjoy things at her pace, not with me just tugging her on the leash and saying, "Come on, we got to go." So I think there's a real concern here about the leash. I don't think there's a rash. I have not seen any dogs attacking any other dogs. I have not seen a dog attack a person in 8 years, 10 years in this city. And so I'm just concerned about it and want it to be addressed and to get more information about why it's being addressed and what are the issues pertaining to it.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Yes, sir. Again, please state your name.
Can I take this off so I can speak clearer?
Sure.
All right, thank you. My name is Mark Greenberg, and it's a concern about the leash law. I wrote a little thing here, so I'm just going to read from it so it'll be a little more precise. I appreciate your taking the time to hear my concerns about the proposed leash law at the local parks and in Boulder City. First, I have a dog who I've spent many hours and many days training her to behave off-leash. I'm happy to say that she is excellent behavior off-leash and is not a threat to anyone or anything, including herself. That being said, being a former administrator in education, I have learned and believe that it's important not to punish the many because of the few. Walking my dog around Boulder City for many years, I have seen most dog owners are very responsible and have control of their dogs, on or off leash. Boulder City is a great place to live for many reasons. One of the reasons is to be able to walk your dog to a local park, play catch with your dog. For example, there are many senior citizens, I know of two personally, that like to walk their dog to the park because they can't drive or one of them doesn't want to drive, but like to walk their dog so they can play fetch. Therefore, they get exercise, mental and physical, and so does their dog. Walking their dogs is not only great for their physical health, but also their mental health. Taking away their convenience to walk to the local park to play fetch with their dogs is irresponsible, in my opinion. The analogy I come up with comparing this is, when walking my dog every day, I cross 3 major Boulder City streets. Obviously, they're not like Maryland Parkway. I estimate that cars or trucks stop for me crossing the walks 80 to 90% of the time. So what should we do with the other 10 to 20% of the drivers who do not stop when people or myself cross the walks? We can hire more police officers to watch the crosswalks. We can get rid of the crosswalks so cars do not have to stop for pedestrians at all. We can get rid of the cars altogether in BC so everyone has to just walk. Obviously, none of these are good choices and aren't doable. But what we can do is ask all dog and car owners to be more responsible and treat them as good citizens, which they are. From my experience, believing and trusting in people goes a long way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, thank you for hearing us. My name is Stephanie Barker. My husband and I own a home that is at the corner of kind of Wilbur Park and Bicentennial Park up in the historic district. I know I've talked with several of you, we've met with several of you, and so I'll try not to repeat myself. We walk our dogs, we are dog owners. We walk our dogs daily over in those parks. We have a substantial number of neighbors who do the same thing. They are people who have exercised the privilege that is provided to us by the current iteration of the ordinance to allow them off leash when they are within reasonable voice command control. We have been doing that for 4 years without incident. I understand from talking to all of you and from the public comment at the last meeting that there have been instances where people have had problems with dogs that are off leash. My understanding is that's particularly at Veterans Park. My understanding is also that there are concerns about being able to enforce the ordinance in its current iteration. And while if that's true, that needs to be corrected. Persons who abuse that privilege need to be able to be dealt with. But as the previous gentleman said, in the current proposal, by removing that privilege from everyone in the community, you punish those persons who have been exercising it with reason. And you punish them without there really being a reasonable alternative at this point. Boulder City has no municipal dog park, and while we appreciate Sea Spot Run and what they have tried to do down by Veterans Park, there's no guarantee they'll be here tomorrow. If for whatever reason they decide their funding runs up, or they're tired of trying to deal with the number of people at the park, or they just don't have enough volunteers, they could close up tomorrow, and that leaves people in this community with no place to run their dogs. As we walked over for the meeting this morning, there was a family out with a couple of golden retrievers playing Frisbee in the park with their children. It is part of the character of this community. It is part of what makes this community unique and special. We have a neighbor who goes over 3 times a day with their golden retriever, and the golden retriever is a magnet for socialization. People come to talk to the dog, to play with the dog, to throw the ball with the dog. It is part of what makes this community what it is. And in this current iteration, you remove the opportunity for that privilege without there really being a reasonable alternative. If the language can be looked at to be adjusted to make the current privilege provided more enforceable, we're happy to work with the city attorney or whoever the city council deems appropriate to try and work and make that happen. But as proposed, this appears to be an extreme reaction that punishes people in the community who haven't violated the current iteration of the municipal code. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir, in the back.
Good evening. My name's Tim Perry. I use your park every morning, and we haven't had any instance of abuse from any big dogs or small dogs. They play and don't get along sometimes, but nothing of consequence. If there is a law for leash law that you have now that isn't being enforced, just enforce what you have. If they need more help to do it, then let's help them get some help. We just need to get along with the dogs and everybody have a good time and quit arguing about the parks. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Linda Schrick, and I live on Denver Street. I bought my home in 1992 to be near the park so that I could take my dog for walks to the park. I'm on my 4th dog right now in Boulder City. The only time that I have ever had a serious problem in this town with a dog was an individual who had his dog on leash. And when my husband walked by this individual, his dog suddenly grabbed my dog by the scruff of the neck and began to shake it to death. This dog was on leash. The owner was totally irresponsible, did not stay, did not acknowledge the fact that my dog was bleeding profusely. The police were called. My dog was taken to the vet, where she received 16 stitches, stayed overnight with an IV, and I had to take this man to court to sue him for the vet's fees. I'm part of a friendly group in this town who have friendly dogs. We are down at the park every single day. The dogs love each other, they love us, and I would just like to know the statistics to how many dog attacks there have been in this city in the last 25 years. I think that a law that penalizes everyone who has a dog off leash, whether it's docile or frisky or playing frisbee, is draconian. And I can see the need in some cases for enforcement of the dog leash, whatever you want to call it, in ordinance, but not in all cases. Please don't go that far. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Jay Mead. I live at 324 Nevada Way. And I've lived there for 12 years, and I've had 2 dogs. I'm my second one, and I've not had any problems at that park with aggressive dogs. Now, if you want to deal with aggressive dogs, take your issue down to the dog park at the Veterans Park there. Now, I've taken my dogs there, and there are aggressive dogs there. And if you want to deal with aggressive dogs, do something about that park. Thank you.
Thank you. There was someone here? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name's Elaine Alessandro Kraus. I live within walking distance of the Veterans Memorial Park, and I am absolutely in favor of a more restrictive leash law. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, so I deal with human behavior every day. I'm also certified by the Animal Behavioral College to train dogs. It's not what I do for a living, but I have some experience. I've been in Boulder City about 15 years. I figured I'd probably walk my dog 4,000 times, 10,000 steps a day. I was listening on my way here and I heard a gentleman talking about 80% of the cars stop in the crosswalk. And you're right, 80% of the dogs, amazing. There was only one gentleman here that I've seen before. Amazing dog. Haven't had problems with his dog. And that's great, and I'm so happy for that you have this well-trained dog. I have a list of 20 plus times that I have had negative interactions with off-leash dogs who have charged me, my dog, who have bit my dog. Yes, my dog has had to go to the vet with an off-leash dog bite. My previous dog was absolutely other dog aggressive. And I would be screaming, call your dog, call your dog, call your explicative dog. This is not going to go well for your dog. And people would look at me like, huh. My dog seriously injured 2 dogs in this community, both off leash, both not in voice control. So I'm not only speaking for my dog, I'm speaking for other people's dogs. I've had dogs run across the parking lot at Veterans Memorial Park to charge me, being electrocuted on a e-collar, and as they're getting electrocuted, that's when his hackles go up and he's trying to bite my dog. The dog is associating the e-collar with my dog, not with a come back here boy kind of command. So, and I agree, there are good people that unfortunately get punished by other people that are irresponsible. It's why we have speed limits. It's why we're not allowed to drink and drive, get high and drive, eat out of trash cans, live on the side of the road, not pay rent. I mean, we have a lot of rules in this community, and I'm really sorry that there are people that are going to be hurt. I love dogs. I love training dogs. My dog's a canine good citizen. He's got an AKC trick dog title. I work with trainers and judges, and we don't let our dogs off leash. If my dog goes to Houndstown Henderson, where he is socialized with other dogs. He loves people, he loves dogs. There's a queue if people want to pet him. What I can tell you is my experience, and again, I've been in this town 15 years. I've probably taken well over 4,000 walks, and it's those 20 people. My 80-year-old mother was injured. She was knocked down by a dog. I was knocked down about 3 weeks ago by a dog. My last dog was hurt. My current dog has been bitten. So I'm sorry that the responsible owners pay for the irresponsible. I mean, if we can say Bicentennial Park is the off-leash dog park and everybody there can be off-leash and the other parks not so much. I know at Veterans Park, we do have the dog part. I've heard complaints, but there's also baseball field number 3, which has grass. And I figure if it's good enough for our kids to play in, it should be good enough for your dog. So I am absolutely in favor for the safety of my dog and other dogs that are in training on leash. Not to mention, my husband is a combat veteran with PTSD. And when we have dogs charge at us and then people scream at us, because that's the part somebody talked about, it's not the dogs, it's the people. But the dog's the one that's going to get the golf club to the head. The dog's the one that's going to get bear sprayed in the face, right? I can't do that to another human being.
Why not?
Because that's not how we treat each other. So I know you thought you should be able to shoot my dog last week, but we don't do that here. That's not what we do.
Please let each speaker speak, all right?
So
Thank you.
my point being is, yes, there are responsible dog owners. Yes, they're all well-behaved dogs, but there are also dogs that are not in control. And I don't think that I should have to suffer. I don't think that my dog should have to suffer for the irresponsible few. So I'm absolutely supportive of a more restrictive leash law or designating one of the smaller parks as the off-leash, play fetch, take your wonderfully behaved dog. But I think in general, not a good idea. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, my name's Fred DeMano. Excuse me. And although I moved here in '83, I've been a permanent resident in Boulder City since '99. And I'm here to request that you do not approve the new leash law ordinance as it is written. I do understand the desire and the frustration of law enforcement and public officials to deal with the issues caused by irresponsible pet owners. But let's not vilify and punish the entire pet community with an excessively restrictive ordinance to deal with a small percentage of the Boulder City pet owners. Let's come up with some solutions to build bridges between the citizens, law enforcement, and city officials instead of building walls. I have walked my current dog in the city twice a day for the last 12 years. It should be 13 coming up. And I've never been attacked by another dog. I've run across aggressive dogs. I've actually run across more aggressive people than the dogs, but that's another matter in itself. Pets need to be exercised in our community, and there's a number of grassy areas in which to do it. But if you don't want people in the parks, I think it would be nice to give them another area to do it in that's conducive to not coming out of a park, a dust bowl. If you're looking for suggestions, hey, we got a couple great parks right across the street over here, City Hall and the police department. You could make those into dog parks. Small park, small dog, large dog. I mean, there's a lot of things I think that could be done rather than go the direction that you're looking at. CCTVs is another possibility. I know that you have them at all the ball fields in town. Wouldn't take much to expand and be able to see who is actually committing an offense or who is calling in and accusing somebody. The he said, she said thing. To take a person and put them in a category with a misdemeanor offense along with other criminals, drug dealers, and the list goes on. Is that what this community is all about? I ask you to please reconsider and redo this ordinance where it's more plausible for the citizens of Boulder City. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Yes, sir.
My name is David Barker. My wife Stephanie just spoke earlier, residents of Boulder City. As I listened to the citizens talk, I noted a common theme that all agree that those who abuse the current ordinance should be held responsible for those choices. Even the lady who speaks about wanting a more restrictive leash law, all she's asking for is accountability. And I think we can get there without changing the ordinance as structured or as proposed. I think we can get there and work, as Fred talked about, to a common goal. So my position is, as so many have spoken this evening, that I'm opposed to the current language, but open to other changes that would allow us all to continue the privilege of playing Frisbee, playing catch, playing fetch. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Linda Carlson. I live on Avenue B. I've already written a little note to my opposition of the new rules. But one suggestion that I would like to input is that many of us take our dogs for walks every single morning, every single afternoon. I'm at the park anywhere between, during the summer, 5:30, 6 o'clock. I'm there. I'm usually there for an hour. I have a large German Shepherd who's extremely well behaved. Why can't we have, or at least think about, being able to walk our animals off leash in the early mornings when there are very few people there? Just a thought. Also, using the baseball field, I didn't even understand that to be an option. But certainly, it's something to think about. I don't even know if that gate is open all of the time. The dog park as is, I've been there. I've taken my dog there on several occasions. She will not stay in that dog park. I've tried to walk around it several times. She is constantly at the gate to get out of there. I have not witnessed this, but I have been told that there are several people in the community who take their dogs there, leave them there, and depart for a certain amount of time. I don't want my dog in a dog park with owners being absent. So just a couple of considerations, and I really appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, if there's no one else in chambers, we will go to the phone. Anyone wishing to call in, the phone number is 702-589-9629. This is our initial public comment period. Again, the phone number is 702-589-9629.
Public comment.
Pardon me?
Public comment.
Yes, I'd like to make a comment tonight
Go ahead.
on the proposed dog leash law.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, it's Bill Avery, 40-year resident of Boulder City. I've had dogs since we moved here. I've never seen the problems that I'm hearing from the lady tonight. My dogs are well behaved. I do allow them off leash down at Veterans Park. I think that we're putting way too much effort into solving a problem that really doesn't exist. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Again, this is our initial public comment period. Anyone wishing to call in at this time, the number 702-589-9629.
Public comment?
Yes, I'm calling to provide comment about your meeting right now.
Okay, state your name for the record and go ahead, please.
My name is Jan Hubbard. I sent an email in to all the city council people as well as Mayor McManus, which I gave you a reply. I do understand the concerns, and I too walk my dog every day at Veterans Park. I have not had any issues whatsoever, and I guess I'm taking issue with the lady who's saying her dog is being charged, and I was really aghast when I heard something about using a golf club or something. That's not something I want to hear from somebody. I know there's been incidents where certain individuals have actually cussed out people whose dogs aren't on leash, and just very poor behavior by the person themselves. But what I really wanted to discuss was the baseball field. I know I had mentioned it in my email to Mayor McManus, and it could be an option. I've heard other people suggest that too. So I'd like that they look further into this. And as said in my email, I'm concerned about too that off-leash would not be permitted in the desert areas. A lot of us utilize those too, so that we're not around other people and their dogs. And for the most part, anyone I have countered, they've been fantastic about keeping their dogs on leash when they need to be and off leash without making any disturbances. So just want to voice my opinion that I strongly oppose amending this language. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
The phone line is available if anyone wishes to call in. For the initial public comment period, the number 702-589-9629.
Public comment?
Yes, I have public comment.
Go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Counsel. For the record, Fred Volz. The claims of privileges while ignoring responsibilities to the community for one's actions has been heard tonight from some dog owners who believe they have unrestricted privileges to allow their dogs off-leash in public areas of this city, regardless of unsavory consequences. That is very troubling. After one of the many attacks has occurred, the attacking dog owner will often say, quote, "My dog is ordinarily friendly," or "My dog has never reacted that way before," unquote. There might even be a half-hearted attempt at an apology, but that doesn't undo the damage, both physical and mental, inflicted on the attacked dog or the attacked dog's owner. Unleashed dog owners believe their dogs are somehow immune from visceral, visual, auditory, and olfactory stimuli. Unfortunately, no matter how much training a given dog might have had, dogs are unpredictable and cannot be reasoned with if their instincts kick in. The same could be said about human children as well. Our 14-pound dog has been assaulted 3 separate times by dogs allowed off-leash in just a few months' time. For people fearful of dogs, the prospect of a dog rushing toward that person off-leash can be terrifying and lead to serious injury. particularly for the many elderly people with physical mobility issues who live in Boulder City. If Boulderites wish to have their dogs off-leash in their own fenced yards, the yards of their friends who provide consent, or in fenced dog parks, that is their choice. Otherwise, no dog should be allowed to roam off-leash anywhere else in Boulder City. Most other communities around the country long ago implemented meaningful dog leash laws to protect both animals and humans. It is reasonable to expect the same sort of rules in Boulder City. To do nothing is not only negligent, but sets the city's taxpayers up for major financial liability and heightened liability insurance premiums when the inevitable injuries continue to occur because nothing was done when a clear problem has been repeatedly demonstrated. This ordinance is reasonable, overdue, and completely necessary. The current ordinance is not enforceable or effective, and I would ask that these comments be added to the record verbatim. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The phone line is again available. Anyone wishing? Never mind.
Public comment.
Hi, can I register to comment?
Absolutely. Just state your name for the record, please.
Okay, Maureen, M-A-U-R-E-E-N. Avery, A-V as in Victor, E-R-Y.
Thank you. Go ahead. You can go ahead with your comments.
Oh, I just start talking?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to comment on the code adjustment that's being considered. I feel that the current wording provides the fact that a dog would be under the control of a trainer or a person that owns the dog, and it would be in verbal control. And I don't think that having a dog on a leash necessarily makes the dog put in a situation where it's under control, because we've all seen people dragged around by a dog, or having a dog jump up on someone, or run ahead and pull the person behind them. So they still have the opportunity to, act in a disruptive way, which is also the owner's issue. But the leash hasn't really changed the problem. I also believe that dogs need additional exercise. Many breeds need more than just walking on a leash. They need to be able to run and fetch and be trained, et cetera, et cetera. And that, if people are upset about certain areas, I would say the downtown area where, tourists are, et cetera, I can understand, being on a leash. But I think in open areas, as long as you're being responsible and cleaning up after your dog, et cetera, that you should be able to have those types of activities. So if anyone needs to ask me any additional questions, you can call me on my cell phone, area code 702-683-8535. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. The phone line is available. Anyone wishing to call in, the number 702-589-9629.
Public comment.
Hi, am I able to make the public comment right now?
You are. If you just state your name for the record, then you can go ahead with your comments.
My name is Andrew Evans, and I think the leash ordinance is unnecessary, especially since there is no quality dog park. The only dog park is a dirt lot. Dogs need grass to run in. Most dogs are controlled, and a leash doesn't really do anything to control, especially since some of the leashes are like 30 feet long. So I think a leash law will just be another over-restrictive city ordinance, much like the noise ordinance, which is also ridiculous.
Did you have any further comments, sir?
No, just that it seems like most of the city is against the leash ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, anyone wishing to call in, the line is available, 702-589-9629.
Public comment?
Hi there. I'd like to voice public comment, please.
All right, if you just state your name for the record, then you can go ahead with your comments.
Camille Ariati.
Go ahead.
I would like to just mention that I think that we have such a beautiful park out front, and it's a beautiful place for the community to come together. And I am against the leash law. I think it's a great opportunity for us as community members to come together. And those of us who have friendly animals, it's a safe place. It's a fun place for kids, family, and elderly who that's their only outlet to get out and enjoy the outdoors, get out of the house for 15 minutes. And I have to say, living across the street, my front yard rolls right into the park. I think that the sense of community would be lost. We have a terrible dog park over by Veterans. I have 3 dogs, and I have 1 dog I do not take out because I don't trust it. And I think that as a responsible pet owner, you know if your dog's going to nip somebody or not. You know if they're trustworthy or not. And I have 2 that are wonderful little pets. And I feel guilty when I have to leave the one home. But I think that the parks can be a beautiful place and for a sense of community, well-being, and just, all-American Boulder City. It's clean, it's green, and if they don't do something about the dog park down by Veterans, I think it's pointless to restrict people from walking their dogs on or off leash in the park across the street from my home. I think people should have the freedom to exercise with good judgment.
Did you have anything else, ma'am?
That's it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Again, the line is available. Anyone wishing to call, the number 702-589-9629. This is the initial public comment period. Anyone wishing to call in, the phone number 702-589-9629. Madam City Clerk, there were email comments received.
Several comments.
If you'd like to proceed with those, please.
Okay, the first comment was submitted by Scott Hinson. We support the passage of this agenda item and the Animal Control Ordinance. We are dog owners and utilize Veterans Memorial Park to exercise our pets multiple times per day. Our dogs are always leashed. One of our dogs is in training and tends to lunge when other dogs approach, and the other is a senior deaf and partially blind. Almost daily, we have to ask other dog owners to control their dogs and not let them approach our dogs. We often have to avoid a large and popular section of the park due to the number of uncontrolled dogs in this area. Several seniors we have spoken to, including family members, are afraid to walk in Veterans Memorial Park for fear of being tripped by unleashed dogs. Off-leash dogs in and around Veterans Memorial Park have increased over the past 2 or more years. While a few of the dogs are well trained and under positive voice control, most are not. Often the owners of these dogs believe their dogs to be under voice control, but in truth they cannot prevent their pet from approaching, impeding, and sometimes molesting leashed animals and park users. It is unfortunate that we just can't be good neighbors and respect each other's desires, use of the park, and it's unfortunate that the very well-trained dogs will be negatively affected by this regulation. However, some less responsible owners allow ill or partially trained dogs to run at large. Off-leash and at-large dogs often defecate out of the owner's view, resulting in feces to be left on play areas utilized by many Boulder City residents, including youth engaged in organized sports. I have witnessed the recreation staff police the fields before games to ensure the kids don't fall in dog feces. Additionally, I have seen the recreation staff ask owners to clean up after their dogs only to be verbally abused by some dog owners. There are presently at least 4 fenced areas, 3 individually fenced sections at Sea Spot Run Dog Park, and the softball field at Pratt Field, available for dogs to run at large if owners desire to exercise and socialize their dogs in that fashion. Next comment was submitted by Donald Johnson and Laura Miller. Dear City of Boulder City Council and Mayor Kieran McManus, I am unable to attend tonight's council meeting introducing Bill number 1913. However, I would like to express my strong opposition to the passing of this bill and any similar bill creating more rules for city residents that should be covered under neighborly conduct. I'm very disappointed and discouraged with the mayor's introduction of this bill. I am a responsible dog owner who does not appreciate the level of restriction that this bill includes. In turn, I would like to turn the finger around to the management of the city of Boulder City. There is only one designated area located at Veterans Memorial Park for dogs to run freely. It is not even managed by the city, but by a nonprofit entity that was and is desperate for a safe space. Modern cities provide amenities such as dog parks and ample natural accessible walking trails for all residents that include several dog park areas positioned in key locations for access. It would be prudent that our city act in a forward-thinking manner that is providing safety for non-dog owners, as well as physical and mental health for dog owners and their pets. It is time for our city to put their thinking cap on how they will enhance the sophistication of Boulder City, rather than dating it with more rules noted in our city code that hide in the online database. Another downside to adding more rules to follow is that it will fall on the shoulders of BCPD. I would rather see the BCPD track and lock up all the meth dealers and home break-ins I see reported on Facebook regularly. The BCPD has better things to do than track sound levels and sound level gauges and dogs chasing a ball at the park off-leash. I appreciate your time and consideration in this very important matter. Next public comment was submitted by Nicola Collins. Please do not penalize responsible dog owners because of a small minority who do not keep their dogs under control. This ordinance is too restrictive. I'm sure some kind of compromise can be worked out that would be fair to both sides. We already have a Hemingway Park where dogs are excluded. Why not designate another park in the city where people who are uncomfortable around dogs can gather? Next comment was submitted by Janice Miller. Good afternoon. I am unable to attend the council meeting tonight. I want to express my opposition to Bill number 1913. I'm very disappointed and discouraged with the mayor's introduction of this bill. I am a responsible dog owner who does not appreciate the level of restriction that this bill includes. Thank you. The next public comment was submitted by Judy DeShane. Hi, Tammy. I hope it's not too late to get this read into first public comment at tonight's council meeting. Item 6, I approve of hiring the suggested outside counsel for real estate, water, etc. matters, and the group recommended by City Attorney Walker seems to have the abilities we need. There have been many times when I've read through various legal items in the packets that really feel like they need cleaning up to protect us. I'm sure we've used others for special matters, but the public has never been notified in advance before. And I really am very much in favor of citizens being informed ahead of time when possible, and that is what this request does. Regarding item number 7, I am wholeheartedly in favor of this animal control item. No one has ever mentioned the impact of unleashed animals on those that are mobility challenged in our community. It is indeed hazardous and scary. If you have to use a cane or a crutch or some other aid to walk, having an animal, large or small, come rushing up to greet you or chomp on your leg and you don't know which it will be is very hazardous to our ability to remain upright. And yes, we do need much stronger and enforceable leash laws. If people want their dogs or cats or whatever to run free, then they should be obligated to pay the taxes for those of us who cannot enjoy the same amenities as their pets. They could also support and assist the C Spot organization in their efforts at the dog park. The city provides the land free of charge. Now the Run Free crowd needs to step up and pay for upgrades and maintenance. It is not the financial responsibility of the entire community to let their pets run free. I did notice that some places in the plan it referred to Henderson or Mesquite, and those references should be corrected to read Boulder City. Thank you. Next comment was submitted. They didn't leave their name, it's just an email. Helen Smiley. I strongly oppose to amending the definition of animal at large. The next comment is from Linda Carlson. Is this the same comment that was already read in person?
Yes, she's indicating
Okay.
she already spoke.
Okay, thank you. Next comment is Nancy Freeman. I've been coming to Boulder City for years to walk my dog. Several groups of dog owners who have socialized in their dogs and are responsible for their behaviors have enhanced the lives of the dogs and owners. We can run free and play with our dogs in the park and on the desert trails. We have a leash law in Henderson where I live and a big 3-area off-leash dog park, but its dogs are frequently not socialized and the owners don't interact with their dogs. Aggressive behaviors occur, so we don't feel good taking our dogs there. Several of us come to Boulder City for your open off-leash policy and have a fabulous experience with the responsible dog owners we have met. Very important to us is our dog's happiness and good behavior that this interaction has given us. We shop at Albertsons and eat at Fox's, Toto's, Pit Stop, and several fast food places in town. We use your UPS and dog groomers. Because of the unique experience we have had at the park, we feel a sense of community. Boulder City has been a welcoming community for all dog owners to share under your current policy. It's because of this community that we have been using so many of Boulder City's services. Recently, several out-of-towners traveling through Boulder City have stayed to walk their dogs. It didn't take long for the dogs to love their freedom, and the owners have decided to extend their stay. That means money for Boulder City. It also means they'll pass on the information to family, friends, and fellow travelers along their way. The visitors with dogs are already planning next year's trips. I don't expect them to return if Boulder City changes its leash law and becomes just like any other city. Anyone that thinks restricting dogs to a leash will improve the lives and financial well-being of Boulder City needs to reconsider. You have a treasure that must continue to thrive. Next comment was submitted by Mark Greenberg.
Yeah, I read that.
Oh, thank you. And then I have a public comment from Jan Hubbard. Is she called in?
Yeah, I believe she had called in.
Next public comment submitted by Holly Levitt. I am alarmed to hear that once again the council is considering shutting down Boulder City's parks for dogs to be off-leash. I bring my golden retriever from Henderson to Veterans Park every day. Henderson has beautiful parks and dog parks. However, the parks require a dog to be on leash, and the dog parks are often not safe. People bring in dogs who are not socialized and that are often aggressive. They also frequently do not pay attention to their dogs, so they can't avert a problem. I hear the same complaints from Boulder City dog owners. I walk with 3 different groups of dogs and their owners. They're all well socialized and well trained. This is my 5th dog and the only one who has had the freedom to play and socialize with other dogs and their owners. She is the best behaved and happiest dog I have ever owned. I would also be so sad for her to lose this. Because I come to the park so often, I have come to feel part of the community even though I don't reside there. I frequently have breakfast at the hotel, Chili Jilly's, or drive through on the way home. After my evening walks, I often pick up food at Pit Stop, Toto's, or Fox's. I also buy my groceries when I am in Boulder City. Instead of paying to have my dog groomed in Henderson, I bring my business to Boulder. I am not the only dog owner coming from Henderson for this park and using the city's services. They come as I do for the excellent parks and specifically because of the current leash law. Over the past 4 years, I've met with many travelers who have come to Boulder City with their dogs. Once they are acquainted with the special environment, the welcome they get, they often extend their stay. They return year after year and share their experience with other travelers they meet during their trips. All of those that have come for the special environment created by the existing leash law support Boulder City's economy through buying groceries, eating out, using suds, and buying gas. For all these reasons, I would hope that the City Council would look at reasons given for changing the leash law and look to finding ways to accommodate the entire park community. I am in the park many times during the day and have seen few irresponsible dog owners. I would think that the council could have animal control enforce the current leash law, having your dog under control if off-leash and pick up after your dog, instead of passing a new leash law that would harm many because of few. Please carefully review this issue and vote for the good of the entire community and in support of those who come to your city providing financial support to a much beloved community in the valley. Next comment was submitted by Jeffrey Parker. I sent in a previous comment about creating adequate areas for dogs to run and play with shade or grass or turf. We need a city-funded area for all dogs and families to use during the day and night to account for our hot climate. I want to add another comment. We are surrounded by miles of beautiful open spaces and trails. Dogs need to be able to use these spaces without realistic restrictions. I don't mean in playgrounds and restroom areas. I mean open space surrounding the city like the desert and trail systems. We are blessed to have coyotes, sheep, and other wild animals around us. Do not make criminals of all the law-abiding citizens of Boulder City by creating laws that are on the books and are not going to be followed or enforced. Freedom is rare these days. We are blessed in Boulder City to embrace this concept of freedom. It is okay to restrict dogs from parks and places in populated areas where all gather. It is not okay to put restrictions on pets in open spaces that surround this beautiful city. Be reasonable and not over-controlling, please. We see too much of this lately and people are starting to rebel. Don't try to legislate common sense and personal responsibility in every single aspect of our lives. Let's give some credit to people who are providing them with a nice and usable dog park like all those surrounding cities in the area, and require dogs be leashed in populated urban areas. Let the owners and their pets roam free in other areas just as nature intended. Don't ruin a pet-friendly area by creating laws that overreach. Be reasonable and listen to all citizens, please. Next comment was submitted by Diane Robbins. I'm unable to attend. I hope it's not too long for you. On July 4th, 2021, my 60-pound Australian Shepherd and I were attacked by a 60-pound German short-haired pointer in the park directly west of the Boulder City Police Station. I'd been at that park for some time when a woman pulled up in her Jeep, got out, and let her dog out of the vehicle without a leash. As her dog jumped onto the grass, it immediately saw us, paused for a moment, then charged at us. It ran into me first before attacking my dog. I had a full-blown dogfight between two 60-pound dogs at the end of my leash. It was horrifying. After the fight ended, the woman then apologized, which infuriated me. Simply saying you're sorry in this situation is not enough, not at all. I did not accept her apology and told her so. We walked away in separate directions, and I was able to ascertain that my dog and I were both okay, thankfully. I filed a complaint with Animal Control immediately afterwards. The dog owner was cited, and about a week later, she requested to have her date in court. In court, she came up with every excuse possible, from blaming the attack on me because I was calling her names to telling the judge that Boulder City Police told her we have no leash laws in Boulder City. It was simply absurd. She did not want to accept responsibility at all. Do you see? So much for saying you're sorry. She was fined by the court, and that was that. I've experienced numerous dog owners in all of our public parks who think they have the right to let their dogs off leash, a lot of times within a few feet of me and my dog. And yes, their dogs do run towards us, both large Dobermans and small Chihuahuas alike. Animal instincts do not discriminate because of size. When I mentioned that they should keep their dogs on a leash because they obviously cannot control them, I am called every name in the book, names that are so vile that they're too obscene to repeat here, because all I'm trying to prevent is all of us from getting hurt. July 4th has been a very traumatic event for both me and my dog, so much so that I get anxious even as I write this note. This event could have easily been prevented with one simple, inexpensive tool, a leash. I hope that any amendments you make to your ordinance are strong enough for everyone to think twice, act appropriately, and make our public parks safe and civil again. Thank you. Next public comment was submitted by Amy Vandermark. To whom it may concern, it has come to my attention that there is a topic of discussion regarding our local parks in Boulder City and the mandating of leash usage on all animals. As a Boulder City resident and a dog mom, I would like to encourage the current regulations to stay in place. I have a 5.5-year-old Doberman mix of amazing, and allowing him to roam through the park is one of our favorite parts of this day. I am understanding that the public may be wary of unleashed animals in our park and public areas, and that is the responsibility of the pet owner to be in control of the animal for both the public safety as well as the animals. I hope that mine and other well-trained animals are able to still roam free to express their energy in the public parks of Boulder City. If the council votes to restrict pet owners and animals with the proposed leash law, then I would hope to see a swift response in the beautification and maintenance of the current dog parks at Boulder City. This would not be limited to, but would include grassy areas of at least 3.5 acres, current dog park located at Veterans Memorial, for pets to play and express their energy. I greatly appreciate your attention on this matter and wish the council the best of luck in discussion and representation of this community on this topic. Best regards. Next public comment was submitted by Don Weed. In 2019, my dog Lily was attacked twice in my neighborhood by unleashed dogs. The first attack by an unleashed big dog knocked me down into some boulders. Luckily, I was just bruised. But Lily suffered 2 puncture wounds to her neck. She was put on antibiotics and other meds by the vet with the cone around her neck. Finally, the meds were completed about a month later, and she was attacked by another big dog off-leash in the same neighborhood who tried to get to her as I held her up as high as possible in my arms. The result was a long bleeding gash in her side. We rushed her to the emergency vet in Henderson, and she was back in full round of antibiotics and other meds. But this time a drain tube had to be inserted on the side of her body where she had been clawed. She had to wear a cone again. She lived through months of those traumas at 9 years old, and then 1 month after coming off the last meds, she died at the vet clinic from a heart seizure. The vet said that it was all too much for her little heart. And it was all too much for my heart too, when in fact this was a tragedy that need not have happened to Lily and me. The reality that some residents of Boulder City do not care about other dogs and children when they allow their dogs to run loose in the streets and parks signal a dangerous lack of responsibility for the well-being of leash dogs and their owners, which has already resulted in tragedies. And sadly, we can count on this animal abuse and lack of concern for children and adults to continue until a citywide leash law is in place and there are designated free run areas for dogs. If a leash law is not enacted, then when these deadly attacks happen, the city will be culpable because they choose not to consider the danger involved for people and their leashed dogs. Next public comment was submitted by Craig Wilkinson. I strongly oppose the leash proposal. First, how can you make a determination or decision without seeing the final language or the proposed code changes? Secondly, the current law is inadequate. Simply enforce it. I read in the Boulder City newspaper where this lady supports the leash requirements because dogs jumping at her and her husband. The current law addressed this under direct control. Enforce what we have. Not every little issue needs to be addressed with laws. Third, if people think that 100% leash law will prevent dogs at large or attacking other dogs, keep drinking the Kool-Aid. Dogs escape backyards, run out front doors, break free from owners, and it's not the dog's fault. Fourth, my rights do not end where your feelings begin. It's amazing how well the current rule functioned for 50+ years. Stop attempting to regulate irresponsible citizens into responsible citizens. It will not work and hurts the good and responsible dog owners. This is the last public comment submitted by Joella Wisham. Leash laws have been a problem for a long time and bring about a lot of controversy due to the fact that many pet owners are uneducated about correct pet training as well as well-disposed pet ownership. Reform has to be implemented. I am not against regulation being put into place that will keep our canines safe and reduce the probability of lawsuits. I am opposed to the broad overreach of the plan currently under consideration. I have lived in Boulder City for a very long time, native, and have owned dogs and cats for the last 50 years. I've taken advantage of the great parks that we have there to exercise for myself as well as my dogs. The majority of my dogs were trained enough not to bother other dogs, and if my pet was not voice command trained, I kept him on a leash. During my many years strolling through the parks, I have witnessed very few close calls or tragedies, but it is always on my radar. Early on, when I was younger and didn't know better, I learned the hard way how dogs will form together with other like-minded dogs under pack mentality and advance on a lesser capable, perhaps aged or frail from illness animal. Now that I know better, I do better. And this is where I think we all need to be better as pet owners and as a society in general. Dog owners need to learn to keep their pets under control, discover the temperament of any other canines, and receive permission from the owner before allowing them to mingle. I see many that let their dogs run up to other animals having no idea how their pet will be received. Too many believe that they have first right for their animal to run free and that all others should control their dogs until they have finished their free run. We all have to be more considerate of one another and each other's rights.
Thank you. Anyone in chambers who has not spoken that would like to at this time? All right, we will close the initial public comment period then and move to the approval of the regular agenda. Madam City Clerk, any changes?
No changes.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney?
No changes.
And Mr. City Manager?
No changes.
Counsel, any changes for the regular agenda?
No changes.
Do we have a motion for approval?
Motion to approve the regular agenda. I second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Then for the consent agenda, again, Madam City Clerk, any changes?
No changes.
Madam City Attorney?
No changes.
And Mr. City Manager?
No changes.
Council members, any changes for the consent agenda?
No changes.
No changes.
Anyone wishing to make a motion?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, that brings us to item number 6 then, matters pertaining to outside counsel. Madam City Attorney?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Item 6 before you today is a two-part item.
The first part is discussion regarding the need for outside legal counsel to assist with various real estate, water, and energy legal issues. And item B is a resolution for your consideration of a retention agreement with the law firm of Sklar Williams as legal counsel to assist the city with this purpose. With your discretion, Mayor and City Council, I would like to provide an overview of the need that the city has for these services. Joe Stubitz is also available to answer any questions about the needs that his department foresees for legal counsel with regard to utility issues. Once I present that, I would then like to invite attorneys that are here with Sklar Williams. We have Ann Pongrax in the audience. Mr. Reutman is going to be attending by phone or by Zoom. And they are available to provide a description of their firm, their experience, and answer any questions that council members may have. Is that format acceptable?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
can we have like a 10-second break here? My computer's not responding.
Why don't we make it a 5-minute recess, and we will resume at 6:20.
Thank you.
We have microphones. All right. So we'll come back to order, and Madam City Attorney.
Okay, there we go. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. So we are on item 6. As I mentioned, this is to discuss the need for outside counsel for real estate, water, and energy legal matters. To begin, I will briefly explain the need for these services. As you may know, Boulder City owns over 200 square miles of land, and this includes land in the El Dorado Valley. Beginning in 2004, the city began actively marketing the El Dorado Valley as an ideal location for solar energy development. And since then, the city has been able to lease or place under option to lease approximately close to 12,000 acres for energy development. And the city is looking to lease additional parcels for similar uses in the near future. In addition, the city recently approved of the sale of 45 acres of city-owned land known as Tract 350 and is in the process of entering into negotiations with the developer for the land sale contract. Finally, Boulder City is one of a handful of government entities that provide utilities like water and electricity to its residents. And real estate, water, and energy law are complex areas of law that are constantly changing and require specialized expertise and knowledge to ensure the city is best protected by the agreements that we entered into and are safeguarded for the future. With lease revenues forming a significant portion of our budget and utility services being a primary service provided to our residents, it is prudent to have access to attorneys with specialized knowledge of real estate, water, and energy law issues as they arise. As city attorney, I'm recommending the law firm of Sklar Williams. I do believe that they are best qualified for these services. They have unique expertise and experience in real estate and administrative law with a specific emphasis on energy and water regulatory schemes. Of counsel with the firm, Ann Pongrax, who's here today, heads the firm regulatory and administrative law practice. Her expertise includes energy, telecommunications, water, and transportation. She most recently served as chair of the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada and was also special counsel and deputy attorney general for the Colorado River Commission's electric operations. In addition, Associate Michael Reutman and partner Alan Sklar bring years of real estate and corporate law experience, which will aid the city in drafting leases and land sale contracts that will put the city's interests first. I have utilized Sklar Williams for 2 one-off services, review of a solar lease option that was imminently being exercised. They proved their value immediately. They caught an error in the lease form, and that would have delayed rent increases for 7 years had the error not been caught. And in addition, because of their revisions, I was able to negotiate for a larger parent guarantee, which was a really big deal. So payment for these services would be budgeted for via the budget process and paid out of the land development fund where appropriate, the utility fund where appropriate, and the city attorney professional services budget where appropriate. I've added in the resolution when we proceed to item B, not to exceed amounts. That updated resolution is on the dais before you today. So for my office purposes, I believe that they would be very useful in helping the city to negotiate the land sale contract for Track 350 and making sure that its terms are written to hold the developer to its promises and as well as best protect the city. In addition, I plan to use them to redo our solar lease form so that it is stronger and puts the city in a better position. With that, Joe Stubitz is also here to discuss the needs of his department, what he thinks that a law firm like this would be useful for.
Thank you. Mr. Stubitz, our Utilities Director.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and members of council. Just wanted to express the desire to go forth with this outside counsel. We've got a new power purchase agreement that the city has entered into. We have several power purchase agreements. We've got the budget set aside, and for professional services, right now we have about 97% remaining for this fiscal year. So it would be very advantageous to the city to match our demand and our load on the electric side. And there's several other potential opportunities on the water side as well to enter into this agreement.
Thank you. Any questions for either the city attorney or Mr. Stubitz? Councilmember Jorgensen?
When you said 97% remaining, is any of that accounted for current projects or current things?
Not at this time, no.
Okay, and is that, I see that it says utilities fund not to exceed $100,000 a year.
Right.
Is that something that is already in the current budget, or is this something we would have to add to the budget?
No, this is in the current budget. So professional services in the budget is $150,000 for fiscal year 22, and so far we have just about $4,000 spent.
What do you use that budget for besides this?
So it would be engineering professional services, legal professional services, anything of that nature where we need a professional opinion from the outside.
Okay, so for projects also, for engineering, if you needed help drawing up, I don't know, plans or doing things like that, this would be where the funds would come from?
Within the operation and maintenance budget. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else? All right, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Is this also, sorry.
Did you want to make the introductions?
Absolutely, yes. So I'd like to invite Ann Pongratz with Scar Williams to come up. And then we also have Michael Reutman, who is available on Zoom. And I'd like to invite Ms. Pongratz to just give you a brief overview of the firm, the law firm, and as well as her particular experience and expertise, and then they will be available for questions.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor McManus, members of City Council, Madam City Attorney, Madam City Clerk, and Mr. City Manager. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak with you tonight. I have worked in the areas of utilities law and business and transactional law for over 40 years. I have a strong background in energy, communications, water, sewer, and gas law. I became involved with utilities and regulatory issues back in the 1980s when I began working as in-house corporate counsel for Sprint Communications, where I stayed for over 20 years, including approximately 10 years where I was general counsel to Sprint of Nevada, addressing the company's, all the company's legal needs in a position pretty similar to Ms. Walker's job as a one-woman shop. And it was at a time when we were dealing with the whole area was dealing with the type of challenges in terms of growth and technological change that I think the city's dealing with today. We go through cycles in utility-related matters, and this is a very dynamic time. In addition to my general background in utilities and energy law, water and sewer law, I did have, as City Attorney Walker pointed out, the opportunity to provide legal services for the Colorado River Commission for about 9 years. And in that capacity, I handled the CRC's electric procurement contracts for equipment, as well as all of their power purchase agreements. I also worked on the legislation that became the Hoover Power Allocation Act of 2011 that was passed by Congress. And in that capacity, I worked closely with staff of the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and Western Area Power Administration, as well as public electric power customers such as the city throughout Arizona, Nevada, and California. So it was quite an exciting time to be in the industry and working for the government in trying to ensure that Nevada residents continue to have access to Hoover Power. In 2016, I had the honor of being nominated by the governor to serve on the Public Utilities Commission, and that was where my background had the opportunity to expand my background through working on water, sewer, and gas issues, in addition to the electric and communications matters I'd worked on for the prior 30 years or so. We had to work on resource planning, a lot of different kinds of problem solving, financial matters, a lot of issues involving complex conflicts and negotiations and contracting that came through the Commission for approval. And we're very much involved in increasing Nevada's access to and deployment of increasing amounts of battery storage as well as solar generation in the amount of thousands and thousands of megawatts. So that's me in a nutshell. In terms of the law firm, I joined Sklar Williams in 2020. I joined that firm because I know Alan Sklar very well, who is the lead partner in the firm, and we had gotten to know each other beginning in 1993. In fact, when I was general counsel of the phone company, I retained the Sklar firm to do work for us on complex equipment matters. So I've known both Alan and others in the firm, both as lawyers and as people of integrity and expertise for a long, long time. The firm is a relatively small firm, but because of that, we're able to be very nimble and flexible and are really focused on solving the problems that businesses, and with me joining the firm, government agencies have to deal with in this era where everything is changing all the time, and it's crucially important to be able to have people who can both do the detailed analytical work. You need to have good, solid contracts, but also who are able to make sure that you can negotiate effectively so that you can get the best possible outcomes for your clients. Finding and implementing the right strategic solutions for the challenges that you're going to be facing it's an exciting time for Boulder City. You have enormous opportunities here. You have, at the same time though, some real challenges. And as the electric industry continues to change, it's going to make it both potentially more lucrative, but also much more intellectually challenging to come up with the right answers in terms of your contracting strategies and your contracting strategies in a lot of different contexts. So in summary, I hope that the city is willing to consider giving us the opportunity to help you. I think we have a unique capability in terms of a combination of regulatory expertise, technology knowledge, and real estate, financial, and business transactional expertise that goes back decades with the Sklar firm. And I would welcome any questions you might have, either tonight or at any other time, about our background or your issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to hear from Mr. Reitman, or should we ask any questions we may have of?
I think you're welcome to ask questions at this time.
All right. Any questions from council? Member Jorgensen?
I just had a couple questions. I was looking through the qualifications and I saw the background on real estate since we were considering Track 350, and I saw most of the things listed there included the actual builders, not necessarily municipalities, writing contracts for them. And obviously, in our negotiation, we're on the other side of that. Have you had, or anyone in your office had, experience in that area?
Well, that would be me. I think that's one reason the firm was interested in me, because they have been traditionally a business and transactional firm, right? In a more traditional sense. And they were interested in me largely because they did not have the expertise or the experience in representing government entities. And since so much more of the important work is being done now by government, government didn't used to have the scope of opportunity that it does now, as you do, for example, because of your real estate holdings and the opportunities with solar. That was something that they just hadn't focused on before. But they saw that gap, and here I am.
Thank you.
Sure.
Sorry, I would just add that, with respect to the real estate experience, although we don't often represent the municipalities, there's, a wealth of experience at the firm on the buy side. So being on the other side of the transaction, but still negotiating the same type of deals, like the one that's presented itself with Track 350. And hi, I'm Michael, everyone. Sorry for just jumping in, but a pleasure to be here and to meet y'all. And thanks to the mayor and the city council for having us.
I would also like to add that in part because the firm has done so much on the other side, I think that gives us a real edge in terms of knowing what to look for.
With the description of your experience and background, obviously you've seen a lot of the energy business arrangements here in Southern Nevada. Boulder City is pretty unique with the way that the city was formed from a Federal Reserve. What do you think that you may see in the future? We know we have these long-term contracts. However, Mother Nature may be doing some things that bring about some other discussions. Any thoughts on that?
Well, yes, you're absolutely right, Mayor, and none of us has a crystal ball. But I will tell you that when we were working on the Hoover Contract Implementation Agreement negotiations with the Bureau of Reclamation and Western Power Administration, the issue that you have identified was the toughest issue for us to grapple with. What we did in those agreements was we included provisions that do two things. One is it creates opportunities for reopening. If at some point down the road the agreements really don't work from the point of view of the customer or the Bureau or Western. So we had 46 contractors signing, including the City of Boulder City. And then on the other side, we had the Bureau and Western. So we had 48 parties to this contract. If it does get to the point where Hoover can't generate, it'll be necessary to bring the right folks to the table. and there's a basis in the implementation agreement for doing it. I won't tell you it's going to be an easy road. It will not be. It's going to be complicated and uncertain, and as I'm sure you know, being here in Boulder City, nothing happens in the federal context involving water and power in a quick and easy manner. That's just not how it works. The contracts are 30-year contracts or 50-year contracts, and reopening them is a big deal, and periodically the parties decide to throw up their hands and sue each other. Never in my mind the best option. But these things happen. So I would say there's opportunities to address it. It's going to be a tough road if we never get the kind of precipitation we need. Now, I'm sure you're also aware that negotiations are underway continually. There's thousands of people working on keeping water in Lake Mead, and in a lot of different contexts, whether it's keeping the water that was supposed to go to Mexico upstream in the lake because they couldn't take it in Mexico anymore because of natural disasters in their situation. So the Mexican government agreed to store their allocation in Lake Mead for a period of time, which then helps keep the level up. But then in exchange for that, the Mexican government got opportunities for repairing its infrastructure. And there's a lot of water banking that's already in place downstream from us in both California, and SNWA has participated in helping to fund storage or water banking on the California side of the line. There's a lot of water storage in Arizona. As we probably all know, this whole area is built on a natural aquifer that's been recharged. So there's resources there, but we do live in a desert. So there are no easy answers. My husband, who brought me down here tonight for this meeting, points out, though, in general, water tends to travel upstream towards money. So we can only hope as the local economy continues to grow, it will improve our situation.
True. Also, with the way that we are set up, my belief is being a municipal utility, we're able to provide value to our residents. I think that really should be the main goal of what we do here as a community. When we look at those energy contracts that we have, again, what perspective do you bring to these power purchase agreements? We have one, I believe we're working on a second, and there's a potential for perhaps a couple more in the future. What again is your perspective on something like that?
Well, I have a couple thoughts. One is that you have to take advantage of the opportunities in the moment, but always looking forward towards the future. So there's a piece of that work that is just technical legal work, just looking at the terms of the contract. Do they hold together? Is there an off-ramp? What are the terms and conditions for use? Is there protection in terms of delivery of a resource? Or is it going to get stuck someplace because there's not enough transmission? All those kinds of provisions need to be looked at very carefully.
And those are the types of things that your work with
right.
Public Utility Commission and past experience?
Right, more so at the Colorado River Commission, Mayor, because we did both trading through the WSPP, used to be called the Western States Power Pool, and that has a standard form contract with certain protections in it, but it also has to be personalized for particular power purchases. But we also purchased a fair amount of power on the market.
And last question, how long did it take you to learn all the acronyms?
Oh, goodness gracious. I don't still know all the acronyms.
And they come up with new ones all the time.
Yeah.
So. Anyone else? Councilmember Bridges?
Can I just ask you to spend the next hour standing there and talk about energy? This is just, you're wonderful to listen to. Talking about energy and talking about water and all of the things that we really need to oversee here. Mm-hmm. We do have these contracts that affect the amount we're going to be paying for utilities that may not be provided to us over a long period of time. that we have these land agreements, that we're talking about battery storage, that we are, like I said, the power purchase agreements. It's, in one way, it's not sexy stuff, but it is so integral for who we are. And I don't think, and it's not discrediting our council or previous council, but to have somebody with that kind of level of expertise and specialization. And also, I think it's good to have a firm that has also significantly represented the other side, because you know what they're after. So you can say, aha, we know where that's going. So I must say that our city attorney had me at, it could save us millions in the long run. I highlighted that in bold. I think that's really, I see the need to have a limit on what we paid during the year, depending on the department. But I also see that, what did she say? It could end up saving us more than it costs. And that to me that's the significant part, because it's about the rates we pay and the amount we pay out of our general fund and utility funds. So I want to thank you very much. You do make it sound very interesting.
Yeah. It's funny, being in this side of the business that I've been in for so long, sometimes I feel like it's a translation function, right? That it's stuff everybody knows something about, but then we make it much more complicated, and we have all these technical terms that are not conducive to understanding the underlying reality of the problem. So working with Brittany, I think we could certainly, do some lunch and learns or something like that, or just something, if you do want to just have some sessions open-ended to say, what the heck does this mean? Maybe Joe and I could collaborate on just sort of, a lot of it is translation and then seeing the larger context, not just how did things work 10 years ago, but how is the world and how is technology changing now? Because we're really positioning, and Boulder City is positioning, hopefully, for where you want to be in 10, 15, 20 years into the future. And you want to make sure you're on a firm footing, and also that you don't leave any money on the table.
Anyone else? Councilmember Adams?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank Madam City Attorney here for bringing this up here to us. I think it is incredibly important. Given the background and experience that has been presented to us, I just don't think that there could be a better law firm here to help us with this. And as we've said, we have a whole lot coming up ahead of us here, and probably a lot quicker than we want to be dealing with it. And so we're going to want to have the best of the best here to help out our city and make sure that we are always ahead of the curve when it comes to some of these issues regarding water and power and energy. I mean, especially the real, leasing of our land is really our bread and butter here as well. Mm-hmm. So I just don't think that there could be a better firm here to assist us in that. So I thank everybody here for being here tonight to bring this to our attention.
Councilmember Jorgensen?
Yes, thank you for coming and explaining your expertise in this area. I know that City Attorney and I have talked about this before. Helpful to me, probably in future processes, is to have some comparable firms so that I can understand what we're getting for our money. Also helpful to me is always to know where that money is coming from and how it's budgeted in, after hearing from the finance department at the last city council meeting and seeing the close margin of expenditure, even though it was overestimating that and underestimating income. I would hate to see us outsource so much that we can't fund that. So I really appreciate your expertise. I see that this is an area that is very technical in nature. And that would be my only thought is next time in a situation of this nature, I think I would like a little bit more information.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Absolutely, I can do that.
Thank you.
And I think that we need a recognition of the fact that this is specialized law. I mean, even though there are, I believe you said 46 entities that had entered into the agreement, for the Colorado River, many of them are much larger than Boulder City, and the chance that we get pushed aside or forgotten is great, and something that I think we always need to be aware of. Do we need a motion then on A as far as the need for outside counsel?
No, that was a discussion item. So the motion, if the city council wants to proceed with Sklar Williams as the law firm, then the motion would be to move to item B.
Well, you have included information on a couple of other law firms. Again, I think that the background of Ms. Pomegrantz with the background of the PUC, all of the Colorado River Commission, all of these things are so integral and critical to Boulder City. I would be happy to go on to item B of this for consideration of the resolution.
Is that a motion?
That's not a motion yet.
I would like to make a motion to accept.
Well, let's see if there's any discussion regarding the resolution itself. Any questions or comments regarding the resolution? All right, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I would like to move to accept resolution number 7394.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Again, thank you for the expertise that you bring to this area. It's critical for our community.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of council. We very much appreciate this opportunity to assist you.
Thank you. That brings us to item number 7 then, consideration of bill number 1913, an ordinance of the City of Boulder City amending the Boulder City Municipal Code having to do with police regulations, animal control, amendments, animals, and public land use, and prohibited conduct in public parks. Staff had not responded as far as a formal presentation, but we do have Chief Shea here, as well as the Animal Control Supervisor, Anna Nabbit. I believe we also have Roger Hall available for questions if needed. One thing that I want to say at the outset here, there have been discussions about other potential places for dogs to be running loose. Depending on the outcome of this item, I know I've either talked or exchanged emails with several of you. That's certainly a situation that we need to take a look at, but that's not part of our agenda item for this evening. Our agenda item for this evening is the ordinance itself and not any other possibilities that we may be able to look at in the near future. So I just want to let you know that cannot be part or the main part of this discussion with regard to things like dog parks or other issues of that nature. I also want to say, I understand that this is an emotional issue for a lot of people. When I asked to have this considered, there's no question that when you have a pet, that becomes a very important part of your life. Having been an animal owner, I grew up with cats and dogs and horses, even a cow for a while. You get very attached to those. However, there are changes that have been pending. There has been a previous public meeting. Chief Shea, I don't remember, COVID time, I don't remember how long ago that public meeting was. But there was a public meeting regarding potential changes.
Yes, Mayor, there was. We we broadcasted over BCTV, I believe, and we used the chambers in here, but we couldn't have anybody in here because of COVID at the time. So it would have probably been in the late spring, early summer of right in the middle when this all started. And
out of that meeting, were there any issues that were brought out that were significant in your view?
I think the main issue was that if we don't have an outlet, in other words, a place to do what the people are doing currently in parks, for example, then it's a very difficult thing to do. So they wanted to tie the two things together, that if we have this ordinance to do this, then we have an outlet, whether we designate another areas at certain times, other park areas to be used, or we constructed something or something like that. But the overall feeling was we needed to have some place for people to go do things with their dogs. And if this current parks, the way they're being used, are unsuitable, we have to have something else. And we had discussions about what possibly could happen in the future, but it was beyond the scope of really what I was involved with. That's more of the parks area and what we can do and can't do with our parks and our existing lands. But that was kind of what I think mostly people were concerned about. If we're going to clamp down here, we got to have an outlet here. And I certainly understand that, and originally tried to figure out a way that we could do something like that by designating other areas during different times, say like from 5:30 in the morning till noon. Monday through Friday you could come here, but after that you had to leave because now kids might come for softball or something different. But for everyone like that, there was a downside to it. How do we maintain it? How do we keep it clean? How do we do this? How do we do that? And that all falls on Roger, and they've had some things that didn't quite work out in the past, and we're looking for innovative ways to solve those issues that occurred in the past. And maybe like have friends of the park that would help us keep it clean, because we don't have a staff to do these, all sorts of different things we discussed. But I think that was an important part of the discussion, is to have other things available for folks. Neighborhood things if we could.
Thank you. And again, in my experience, the reason these things have come up previously and currently is because we do continue to have incidents that occur where either injuries occur. Could Animal Control Supervisor and Abbott speak to those types of issues?
I can. Hello, Mayor, Council. I am Anna Nabnett, your Supervisor of Animal Control in the beloved animal shelter. I do appreciate the mayor putting this on the agenda. It has been a problem for quite a while. Boulder City has always had a running at large ordinance. That's nothing new. The question is it all comes down to or under verbal command, which makes the ordinance pretty much enforceable. I can't enforce it unless something bad happens. So the dog is under verbal control as long as it doesn't accost someone. It's under verbal control as long as no one falls down because it charged. It's been a problem for 9 years that I know of. I did pull stats for the last 3 years, and we, as the Animal Control Agency, we get 500 calls a year for running at large. That's just the animal control phone. That does not count dispatch. That does not count anything that the police department does. The police department covers for us if in the evening hours and on our days off, probably Sunday and Monday is usually when they're covering. So I don't have the stats from dispatch, but you have to assume that they're the same. You have to assume that they are seeing the same kind of problems that we are. So 500 running at large calls a year. I went back through thousands of documents because our stats are by hand, all of them. So I put some time and effort into it, and problems at the parks with running at large dogs is consistently 9 to 11% of our calls, whether it's Veterans Park or the park by the post office. That is a huge hot spot. That means there's a huge problem. We have seen a lot of things that I wish I had not seen. We have had dogs torn apart down there. One particular instance, there was an off-leash, very large dog, and a family with 2 little girls showed up, and they had their 13-year-old small dog on a leash, and the bigger dog saw the smaller dog for no reason, no apparent reason, charged it, and within 30 seconds, the little dog was in 3 pieces. its head was severed from its body in front of these two little girls. I cleaned that mess up. And I've seen worse than that down there. There was a German Shepherd that attacked an elderly woman, and no one seems to remember all these things, but my office sees them all the time. So it is a problem. We've had over a dozen dog attacks in the last 18 months down in Veterans Park. The state does not care about dog on dog. If dogs bite each other, big deal. So there's no reports that have to be taken. We've had a dozen instances in the last 2 years where people have been attacked and they've been injured, which we've taken reports on. It is a problem down there. I'm not sure why anyone would say it's not. My office does nothing but handle complaints. People were calling either, why are the dogs allowed off-leash? Why aren't you doing something about it? You know I can't use the park anymore because of those blankety-blank dogs down there. They don't take care of their dogs. They're not cleaning up after them. My kid's stepping in poop. And it all comes down to my office. I'm catching the blame. And I get it. People are angry. They're angry. If to change the ordinance is not something out of the ordinary. I've spent some time searching ordinances in other communities, and we are a rarity, not in a good way. We pass laws to protect citizens. Citizens should have more rights than dogs. I've worked with dogs for 25 years professionally. I love dogs. You all know me. You know I love dogs. But my dog is a dog. My dog tried to bite the chief of police. How embarrassed was I? But he's a dog. He's not a child in a furry little coat. Not you. You know, people want to say my dog is perfectly trained. My dog wouldn't do that. I can, given enough pain, given enough excitement, given enough fill in the blank, any dog can bite you. I pick up dogs, perfect little fluffy dogs that are running down the road because they've gotten lost from mommy, and they bite because they're scared. You know, normally do they bite? No, but we don't know why dogs change their mind like this, but they do. So they don't have the same rights as humans. I'm kind of tired of hearing that. I'm tired of hearing my dog has rights. No, they don't. Humans have rights. And right now what we have are parks that cannot be used by Boulder City citizens because they're afraid to walk the perimeter of the park because they don't want to be knocked down. They don't want to expose their dog that's on a leash to an attack. They don't want to take their children because they don't want to have, God forbid, choose between if they have their dog and their kid and another dog rushes them and attacks them, who are you going to defend? You're going to defend your kid. And then your dog gets torn apart. And that's just the reality of what animal control sees. And the PD sees the same kind of thing. If we continue to allow animals off leash down there, what we're saying to everybody is it's safe. And it's not safe. The data that I have, the messes I clean up, the blood and the horror that I see on these little kids' faces when it happens to these families, that's real, and that's what we deal with. So that's my opinion of changing the leash law. My opinion, for safety's sake, is that every dog needs to be on a leash unless it's on your own property, behind a fence, or it's in a dog park. But we have to safeguard our citizens. Otherwise, we are opening ourselves up for a lot of problems.
Thank you.
Did you want the numbers? We have the numbers from the police department also.
Absolutely, yes. Go
so
ahead.
That brings it up to just about 700 in the last year that people have called and complained about dogs at large. Now, they're not broken down. I didn't break them down if it's in a park or on a roadway or something like that, but it's about 700. When you figure there's 365 days in a year, that's how many we're getting. And you know that for everyone we get, there's many people who don't call us. You know, it's like a loud party. Not everybody calls us. So there's other people that are annoyed and have things happen that don't. So we do get calls, and say 700 a year is quite a number, really, for the size community we are.
And I just for clarification, I understand that, the probability of the majority of the calls are coming from our parks, but these calls come from all around the community, don't
Yes.
they?
Yes, only 9 to 11% are park specific. So the remainder are onesies, twosies. Dog gets out because their gate's blown over or whatever. But 9 to 11% at a park, that means you've got a problem. We have a problem. My officers go down there 2 at a time. We don't go down, we do not respond solo anymore because it's a contentious atmosphere. And I see why people don't want to use the park anymore.
And with the proposed changes to the ordinance, have both of you had an opportunity to review that? And
I have. I've read it. I have.
Have you had an opportunity to review the proposed changes?
Yes, sir. I sent some comments back to the city attorney about a couple areas in there, and I think we've some of the areas I was concerned about have been smoothed out. There's, still some things I figure in the future we'll have to address, but I think like we don't have the ability to do the civil enforcement we'd like to be able to do. Nobody wants to do a criminal enforcement, certainly, and that's not our intent. Our intent is normally if we have a violation, most people, if you advise them, they do it. It's rare that it's like traffic stops. Maybe 1 out of 10 people actually get a traffic ticket. And same thing with dealing with this. Most people, when you tell them what they're doing is not proper and give them an alternative, they'll do the alternative and it stops. So I don't see our people being down there writing tickets all over the place. I don't want to see that. And that's certainly not an intent. So, and I think everything else we pretty well.
And I would just add that the draft ordinance does provide a mechanism for a civil penalty when there is a scheme enacted. So the city will be required to, by the Nevada legislature, enact a scheme for civil enforcement because traffic violations are going to be civil rather than criminal in nature. So that is a scheme will be coming before you, and with the draft ordinance does allow for a civil penalty already.
Thank you. Let me put it this way. Is this unusual for a community? I mean, what I've looked at, Clark County itself has an ordinance, and the 5 cities, which are us, Mesquite, Henderson, Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, they all have ordinances that are very similar. Matter of fact, some of the wording of these changes was drawn directly from some of those ordinances.
About 2 years ago, I think we were looking roughly at our entire ordinance, our entire code. One of the things I was asked to look at was besides parking and animal issues. I did research through MuniCode, and I checked jurisdictions all over the country and all over the state. Every code I could go into and read, I looked specifically. I could find no one, any place, certainly nowhere I've ever lived or worked between San Diego, Seattle area and here that have ever allowed what we allow. They all have some sort of restraint requirements unless you're in a designated place where they're allowed off leash, but they're still not allowed to be out of control. In other words, you still have to control over your animal, even if you're in a dog park. It may not be on a physical restraint, but it doesn't mean it gets to do whatever it wants to do. You've got to have control over your animals, and I think that's pretty well outlined in all of the local jurisdictions. I know that I use dog parks in Henderson, and I had a friend of mine who couldn't bring his dog back anymore. It's German Shepherd, great dog normally, but for some reason, certain dogs, small dogs, certain kinds, the dog goes berserk. Nobody can figure out why. He doesn't know why. And he was a dog handler as a police officer, and he can't figure out why this dog does this. Somewhere in its background, something must have happened, but he can't go back anymore. So I couldn't find a thing. If there is somebody that has ordinances like ours, I don't know where they are.
No, I've looked as well, and my opinion is it's Boulder City catching up to what we should be doing. Just like a few years ago, I was here asking for a spay-neuter ordinance, And everyone said, we don't have one of those? No, we didn't. But we do now. So we need to catch up. For safety's sake, we need to catch up, in my opinion.
And, you know, we were talking about, I understand about this. I mean, my dog's on a dog half the time. You know, I'm not allowed to treat it like a dog. It has this couch it gets to sit on. I sit on the floor, you know. And we see dogs in places we wouldn't have seen them a few years ago. You didn't walk into a restaurant and find a dog laying on the floor. You didn't get on an airplane and find a dog. But you do now. But they have to be kept under control because we have facilities that weren't designed to be used the way we're using them. We didn't build our parks, my understanding is, with the intent that we'd have free-ranging dogs in them. We built them for people to use for events and things like this. But things have changed, and people and their interactions have changed. There are many, many millions more dogs than there used to be just a few years ago. And, but again, like I said, when we met our public meetings before, if we're going to do this action, we have to have an outlet somewhere. We have to have ability to have some of the actions that's going on now still occurring, because I think they're good and proper actions. It makes sense, so.
And I guess for Supervisor and Abbott, I'm assuming you probably are familiar with the other animal control agencies in Clark County. You know, what do you hear from them as far as issues that they may have with dog parks or, you know, just animals at large?
They have a lot of problems with dog parks, aggressive dogs at dog parks, and they show them no mercy. If they get called to respond, everyone gets a ticket, everyone gets a citation, and it stops it. Unfortunately, people don't always do the good neighborly thing that they should do, and the only thing that gets their attention is some pain to their wallet. And that's unfortunate, but that's life. That's human nature. There are fewer animals at large in Henderson than there are at Vegas. Vegas, it's a big problem. North Las Vegas, it's a big problem. They're impounding 600 animals a week. That's huge. The problem is everywhere. I would say in Boulder City, it's less of a problem, unless the wind's blowing. Then it's a problem. So.
Well, and I do know, you know, from looking at dog parks, you know, perhaps some of that is alleviated by the fact Henderson has a fairly large number, whereas if you look at the city of Las Vegas or Clark County or North Las Vegas, there are fewer of them. But even in Henderson, doing the math, it worked out for one every 16,000 residents. But does that have an impact on the ordinance?
I don't think so. I mean, we're talking about animals that are being left off leash, and anything can happen. And it's just as simple as that. If you don't have your animal on a leash and it decides to do something, it can do that. And who's going to be liable? Are we going to continue to say it's safe when we know it's not? My office knows it's not. We clean up a lot of messes. A lot of people, we've recently responded to the Veterans Park, and this gentleman was horrendously angry with us because all dogs were off leash and his dog got attacked, and he wanted me to put the other dogs down, and all of a sudden he wanted a law enforced against those dogs. And they're actually, all the dogs are very nice, but they were playing. That's what dogs do. So I can't enforce much when I'm in that situation, when all the dogs are off leash. You're all at fault, or no one's at fault. So, you know, Henderson, they don't cut anybody any slack. Las Vegas Animal Control County, they don't either, and I don't think we should. I think it needs to stop for safety's sake. And that's just my opinion after 9 years here and 25 years total.
Thank you. And I would just add to that, you know, I was born here almost 65 years ago. One thing we knew when one of our dogs got out the front door, you better get, you know, whatever it was, the $15 or whatever, because I really think our dog had a real affection for the at that time called the dog catcher here.
I can totally understand that.
Because whether it was the boy or the girl, we were paying the impound fee.
Yeah.
With regard to the desert, it has been brought up to me. We have over 200 square miles of open space, or excuse me, of land, and most of that is open space. What would your feeling be if there were a modification of the ordinance to say something of the nature that if an animal is more than 1,000 feet from any residential, commercial, government, utility structure, that it would be okay to have the dog off leash?
If it's in an area where people couldn't just wander in with their kids, where seniors aren't likely to go and assume it's safe, I could see where that would be reasonable.
Conservation easement restriction.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that is a concern. When we look south of town and we see all that open space out there, we have to have an understanding that that's conservation area.
Sure.
Chief, I don't know what the rule is, but I don't know if people could bring their pets into the conservation area.
They have to be restrained in the conservation easement. It's a federal requirement in the contract, so they cannot be off leash in the 80-some thousand acres of the Boulder City conservation easement.
Okay. But we do have some areas that are open space and not within the conservation area.
We do.
And Hemingway Park, they cannot be loose in Hemingway Park because of the sheep. That's another agreement with the federal government. So those are the two areas now that are no off leash.
Yeah, it is a safety thing at Hemingway. The sheep. I've been asked several times, can't I take my service dog? I have a service dog. Well, the sheep can't read your vest. They're going to stomp you and your dog. It's a safety thing. Dogs aren't allowed down there because the sheep will attack them. I don't have an issue with people taking their dog out in the desert. I don't know why you would take your dog out in the desert, especially in the summertime. My advice is always don't take your dog, don't walk it out any farther than you can carry it back, because if it's bitten by a rattlesnake, that's what you're going to do, or your dog's going to die. I see a lot of that too. So we need to be better educated about what's really good.
Do you think that would be a problem, though? Because I do know people that do take their animals out there and like to let them run out there.
Well, like I said, if it's in an area where people that can't necessarily are not, if they're not of the same mind, they're not going to go out there. I mean, the seniors that need to exercise and the moms with the strollers and the little chihuahuas like mine, they're not going to go out there. But that's up to you. That's up to the council to make the decision. I'm just I am a proponent of leash laws. It's the only way to be safe. It really is. And I know nothing is guaranteed, but at least you have a fighting chance.
Hey, anyone else have questions for Ms. Abbott or Chief Shea? Councilmember Adams?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm not sure who would be best to address this question, but many have asked why we simply can't enforce the current laws as written. Could either of you guys provide a little bit of insight on the vagueness of the current ordinance and why it poses the problems that it does?
There's two problems with the ordinance, and again, the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong here, but one thing is they're misdemeanors. Misdemeanors for us to do enforcement have to be committed in our presence. The other thing is we only get called after something has occurred, because the way this works, a dog at large has to fail to do certain things or do certain things before they now become at large. So for example, the dog has to step on a sidewalk. It has to attack somebody. It has, when you call it, if it doesn't, so when you go to the park, like I'll go down there sometimes in the dog park, and I'll be standing there, dressed like this, and a dog will be running up at me, and the people will say, he's friendly, he's friendly, he's friendly, and I'll say, I saw my, so we ought to get along. But when the dog does that, it's in violation, because it didn't respond to the owner's command. If it goes onto the property of another, it's in violation. But again, for us, it's response generated now. there's no preventive thing we can do. Now, I suppose if I walk down there and the dog starts running towards me and the owner calls it, I've now got a misdemeanor being committed in my presence. We really don't want to put our people in that boat where we're going to go down there and wait to see if an animal's going to do something it shouldn't do. So that's not the point. The point for us is is to try to prevent some of the things from happening and to have some reasonable restraints on there and not have a place where we're going to citizens saying, look, we can't enforce this, we can write a report and send it, or you basically have to write up a ticket. And that's pretty much, I think it has to work now.
I appreciate that. So, I mean, I think it's then safe to say, I'm just thinking of the scenario where you have a dog, very friendly, socialized, all the great mannerisms we'd like to see, but the second that dog doesn't come back, or the second that dog doesn't follow, that first direction that it decides to ignore, that individual and that owner is in violation of our current laws as it is, correct?
But by then, it's too late. The damage is done. And is that fair to the dog that's on the leash with the mom? And
I think it also sets perhaps it indicates to others that it is permissible behavior when in fact it is not permissible behavior. And I think that was more the point that I was trying to make, that a lot of what I have personally witnessed or experienced does not correspond to everybody. Of course, thinks that their animal is the best animal ever. I understand it. My animals, I think, are the best animals ever. No offense to anyone else. But that is, I think that is the nature of our relationship with our pets. So
it is.
I think one of the analogies that I know earlier someone compared the animal ordinance to enforcing traffic laws. In this case, we'd only be enforcing traffic laws after somebody crashed. We wouldn't be doing anything until they crashed. What we have with this ordinance. You had to run into somebody or run off the road before we do anything.
Right.
So by that time, it's too late. So that's the only thing I could compare it to.
I do have comments, but I will allow any other questions at this time from other members.
Councilmember Fox?
Out of the 500 calls, do you know how many needed medical attention? Or like from any of the attacks?
People or animals?
Animals to people.
How back do you want to go back a year?
Yeah, we'll go back.
Let's go back 2 years. 24 dog attacks to dogs, so it's dog on dog. And 12 bites or attacks to humans. In the last 18 months, 24 months. And we've had 4 fatalities where dogs have been ripped apart. And another, I don't know how many that went to the vet, which I never, I can't enforce anything, so they never call me and let me know what's going on, but.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else? Is Roger Hall available? And again, thank you very much, Animal Control Supervisor and Chief Shea. I know this has been an issue for both of you for some time. Mr. Hall is our Parks and Recreation Director. I had a couple of questions regarding our current ordinances. Is there any difference with the existing ordinance that has a difference of when it's applied in different parks or different public facilities?
Well, the existing ordinance allows for special events to happen. We have a lot of dog shows at Veterans Memorial Park. So the dog show coordinator would fill out a facility use form. We'll make sure that the facility is available. They have their dog shows at the park. They have to clean up their mess. We charge a fee for use of the park. And it's approved by the Parks and Rec Special Events Committee for the City of Boulder City. That's about the only time that dogs are allowed off leash in a actual special event setting, and it's normally on either the baseball field, which is fenced in, or we even have them on the soccer field, which is not fenced in, but they have dog agility tests and that type of thing.
Okay. And with those events, that language is preserved. Well, let me ask you, have you had an opportunity to review the changes that are being suggested?
I have, and that is included in the new proposed ordinance.
Okay, so you don't see an issue with that portion of it as far as interfering with these special events?
That's correct.
Matter of fact, I believe the wording actually has an exemption for special events specifically.
Yes, it does.
All right. And is the existing ordinance adhered to in some public parks or facilities and not others, or does it apply equally to all of those public facilities?
Are you talking about the new proposed or the existing?
No, the current.
The current one is, we have a group of dog owners that utilize Wilbur Square up here in the park. They come out, and it's basically a socialization thing. They bring their dogs. The dogs run at large. We also have a group that utilizes the soccer fields at Veterans Memorial Park, and usually done in the mornings and in the evenings as well. It's the same group of people that come every day. The dogs know each other, and they do run off leash. The only time that they get the city gets involved in that is if there's a problem with dogs attacking humans or whatever, and it has to be called down to take care of it.
Okay. Those areas are not fenced at all. There's no controlled access.
That's correct. It's open area.
Okay. So in your experience as a Parks and Recreation Director, would you say that the ordinance applies then to dog parks as well as open parks such as Veterans Park?
I think the dog parks have their own rules because we lease a section of land to the dog park, and they have their own rules and regulations that they adhere to. As far as the city parks, all the parks, I mean, I'm sure people run their dogs at the other parks as well. But the two main areas are Wilbur Square and Veterans Memorial Park.
And are there any current public parks or facilities available where the access is controlled?
We used to allow them to dog owners to run their dogs at one of the fenced-in fields at Veterans Memorial Park, and this was done a number of years ago, where the city manager asked me to work a deal with the animal owners that we allowed them to use the park as long as they clean up the mess and clean up that area, so we don't have kids stepping in unwanted stuff. So basically, that was done for the first year or so, and then we found that some of the requirements were not being done. The area was a lot of dog feces, and nobody was cleaning up the mess. Unfortunately, there's always a person that thinks they're better than, picking up their feces from their dog. And unfortunately, the majority of people do pick up their stuff, but others don't. And so right now, because of the use from Little League and the use from the Parks and Rec Department for the use of the fields, that field has been put out of commission for running dogs at the time. The parents of the Little League people were complaining that their kids were stepping in feces. We even hired an animal person in Public Works to go by and clean up the facilities and pick up the stuff that people are not picking up.
Okay. With the changes to the current ordinance, there is wording in there regarding areas that have controlled access and allow for the animals to be off leash. Is that correct?
The only, from what I understand, that was taken out of the current.
No, I'm talking about the changes that are being proposed.
The proposed ordinance right now, I think that was taken out. The only way that dogs can run off leash is if they have a special event permit for the dog shows, for example, and run through the parks and approved by the Special Events Committee. Other than that, there's no other provision. And correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, if the draft ordinance would allow off-leash in a designated dog park or other area where off-leash is permitted by posted sign. So the Parks and Rec Department, has the discretion to allow off-leash in certain areas. We have the city, I guess I should say, the city has the discretion to allow off-leash in certain areas by posted sign.
Yeah, I thought that was taken out of the current proposed ordinance. But if that's the way it is, that's the way it is.
I mean, it can be taken out.
Do you
in
have a
this bill.
concern about doing that?
You know, my only concern is safety, and also, you know, and the liability to the city, for example. How do you control liability when we allow, you know, the dogs in a certain area and say a mom and a kid comes by with a little dog and the dog gets attacked? Well, the city has just condoned running off-leash at one of our parks, and this happens, and does it put, and this might be a question for the lawyers, does it put the city in liability because we've allowed that to happen?
Do you have communications with other Parks and Rec directors in Clark County and the other cities?
Yes, I do. And, you know, when it was brought up at briefings yesterday concerning by Councilman Jorgensen, I contacted the Henderson Parks and Recreation. They have 19 dog parks at various facilities in 19 places where they allow dogs to do that, to, you know, participate on city-owned property. But the majority of, like Chief Shea said, the majority of the cities that around our area have leash laws in effect. And that's why they, you know, City of Henderson builds 19 dog parks, basically. And that's right next to us. But it was also brought up today that, you know, some people are coming up to Boulder City because they don't trust, you know, the dog parks in Henderson. So who knows?
So are you familiar with any issues or situations through the people who run those parks down there in Henderson?
The only issue that they have is that if you have a dog park, you have to clean it on a daily basis. So you have to actually budget manpower and certain things to happen at the dog park. You don't want a dog park that's full of feces and you know, smells like heck and possibly could you know, provide infect other dogs with diseases and that type of thing. So they have every park has a group of people employed by the city that take care of that park, and that's part of their daily routine is to properly clean the dog parks and to make sure that it's picked up and properly sanitized.
Mayor and Council, I do want to just, you know, caution
We're pushing towards the edge.
Yeah.
I understand. I'm going to bring it back here.
Thank you.
So, and again, what I'm sure Madam City Attorney is talking about, this is about the ordinance. It's not about dog parks. But then I want to clarify with you then, you would be opposed then to having that language that Madam City Attorney read earlier included in this new ordinance, where the city would not have a facility that would post whether they would have allow for dogs to be off leash.
The only concern I would have would be the liability issue with the city, and if that is a concern of City Council or the City Attorney that we are putting the city in liability, I would have a problem with that. But that's a decision that would be above my head.
Okay.
I would have concerns with regarding liability with regard to that.
Well, again, that's a lot of what this entire discussion is about, is that animals can present liability. But it is a fact that here in Clark County, many of the different cities and Clark County itself, within their ordinances, have these provisions. Is that correct? Or do you know?
I do not know that.
Okay. So with those dog parks down in Henderson, you're not familiar with how those are enabled?
Well, basically, they build them and they will come.
Can I just make a distinction here? I think we're getting way too much into the dog park conversation. I think in general, if there is discussion about whether dog park, additional dog parks, et cetera, that should be agendized at a later time.
Well,
if I can clarify, Mayor, if I may, the question is not the language in a designated dog park. Mr. Roger, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the issue is with the concern is with or other area where off leash is permitted by posted sign. And so that's the provision that we're talking about, is allowing off leash by posted sign. not a dog park.
And I understand
Okay.
that, but what I'm getting at is city facilities, which might be parks, might be open desert, might be other areas. That wording allows the city to designate areas where animals are allowed to be off-leash. And what I'm trying to get at is, do you feel that that should be included or not included?
That's a hard one to say. Again, I must go with liability. If it increases our liability and we're going to be involved in lawsuits where we have to defend why we allowed people to use our parks for the running of dogs without leashes, and we have a number of lawsuits that we have to do, that's a bad thing.
So your recommendation is then, other than special events, which you've brought up earlier, that the other language not be included?
That would be my recommendation, yes.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Hall? Councilmember Adams?
I'm not sure who this question would be for, but currently, do we have any by post sign that would allow for off-leash currently? Does that currently exist?
Say that again.
Is there any place, that specific language right there that allows, by posted sign that allows for off-leash? Do we have anywhere that you're aware of besides?
No.
Yeah, okay.
No.
So that doesn't exist at this time currently?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, I believe that's because the way the law is written is you don't have to have the animal on a leash at all.
Right, I understand, and so I'm just making sure that because that is not there, if it is still included in the language that we do allow for it, that decision can be made at a later time if they feel if another council or this council feels it is appropriate in a certain area, or can at least have that conversation about liability then, so we're not getting too far into the weeds on that particular matter at this time.
All right. Anyone else? Councilmember Jorgensen?
I'm thinking this is probably for Brittany, but maybe both ways. So if you had areas in the park at certain times of the day that were allowed for off-leash, if that was known, could you not put in the ordinance that then the people who chose to go there during those times, well posted, that it was basically at their risk or at their knowledge that those times there would be dogs that were off-leash, absolving us from liability?
Assumption of the risk is a defense to negligence, yes. However, whenever an activity is allowed, an argument can be made that there was negligence. And so, again, we would have a defense of assumption of the risk, but there is potential for lawsuits when the activity is sanctioned.
But there would be less likelihood of it coming to our liability if we had posted and it was specific for that, specific language.
Well, again, that's always a defense, but we can always be sued. And when a lawsuit occurs, then the city's going to incur fees. We typically have insurance that steps in and defends the city, but it would be a cost, and we are found liable, even though that is a defense, it could be a significant amount especially if the damage was especially catastrophic and there was a negative set of circumstances that indicated liability. It's a risk, and with a small city like ours that doesn't incur debt and is a pay-as-you-go city, we tend to try to reduce risk. I want to just say too, the current ordinance already does require leashes. So I do want to point that out. It's not necessarily a change. The issue is the second sentence in the definition of animal at large, saying that if an animal is not at large, if under the reasonable control of its or under the control of its owner, that creates an ambiguity. I would argue that's really a defense, that the leash law, the current ordinance does require a leash, but if a person is charged with that, they can show that they had the animal under control. But again, it's the perception too that leashes aren't required. within the
Do you
community.
have numbers of how many times we've been liable so far as a city?
We don't currently permit off-leash, and that's what I'm saying here is that the current ordinance already does require leashes.
Right, but I'm saying,
Yeah.
have we at all been sued for this?
I only have a couple of years of claims that I'm knowledgeable of, and not that I'm aware of, but I would have to go back further because I'm not aware. I would have to research that and find out because I don't know if we've ever been sued for that reason.
Okay, thank you.
And just to follow up on that, again, I did work in the insurance industry for a number of years. If the idea is that rather than a controlled space, one that has limited access or controlled access versus an open park, and to say, well, we posted a sign and a child, let's say, a 5-year-old child happens to wander in, no expectation that child could read. I have much more of a concern about an open area than one that has controlled access with regard to the ordinance. I think there's a much higher level of liability if you have an open area, regardless of whether you have signs posted or not. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Fox?
The liability that we have now with the current ordinance, does it change now to the do we have a lower chance with the new ordinance?
I do believe that if the ordinance were to remove the language regarding when an animal's not at large when under the control of its owner, I do believe there's a better defense that can be raised should we be sued that this was not conduct that was allowed, that the individual should have had the animal on a leash or confined in some fashion, and that would be help the case if we were to be sued for that sort of reason. Mm-hmm.
Anyone else? Anything further you'd like to offer, Mr. Hall?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, questions or comments then in general on the proposal? Councilmember Bridges?
Yeah, this is, first of all, excuse me if I cry at all because we did have to put our pet to sleep a week ago. So talking about animals right now is a touchy subject, and it had to do with liver and kidney failure. It had nothing to do with this issue, but I'm going to read what I wrote because it's easier. That way I don't stumble. A friend of mine plays ball 3 times a day with her dog. She would be cited with a misdemeanor and her dog could be impounded for at least 5 days for each time. She has no yard. I believe that this proposed ordinance is harsh. It is still about punishing those who are responsible because of the irresponsible behavior of others. First, we have no municipal dog parks, and as of yesterday, we have no dog park at all. A message was sent out that they have indefinitely closed the, to restructure or reorganize or decide what it is they're going to do. It's not permanently closed, but as of right at this moment, there's no access to the dog park. There is no green area in Boulder City for running dogs. The baseball fields are no longer accessible. At one point, like they said, there was a group that used the 4th baseball field for off-leash dog play. It was abandoned by the group and it is currently used for city sport activities. There exists in Boulder City several communities of dog owners who are responsible and use this as an opportunity to socialize their animals who would be unnecessarily penalized. Specific instances of violations of current ordinances and, if enforced, could be reduced. I am aware that there are those areas where there are irresponsible dog owners with respect to cleaning up after their dogs. Guess what? They do that if their dogs are on leashes too. And they do that in authorized dog parks too. But the areas that I'm familiar with are maintained by the owners. I understand that these irresponsible owners are inevitable and should be culpable. Interestingly, the only time my dogs have ever been attacked were A, in an enclosed dog park, B, in my backyard by a coyote, and 25 years ago when a neighbor's dog actually lunged into my backyard and attacked my dog. If the current ordinances are seriously enforced, then those who have dogs out of their control should be penalized. We need more enforcement to cite those off-leash laws. How about having more citing those with dogs that meet our current definition of at-large, which we do have a current definition of at-large. Those who don't pick up after their dogs, which, like I said, also happens with on-leash, should be held responsible. Finally, there are problem hotspots, it sounds like veterans. Then regulate the hotspot. Regulate the park. Don't cut anyone any slack. Let's figure out first what we're going to do with people who want to enjoy the socialization and enjoy getting their dogs together. I live across the street from a place where people socialize with their dogs, and I am not familiar of any problems. For 10 years, I don't let my dogs off leash because I couldn't pay attention to 3 dogs at one time. So let's figure out what we're going to do with our responsible dog owners and have some place in Boulder City for them to play before we start setting up rules where nobody in our town is going to be able to enjoy playing with their dog. That's it.
I would like to hear from Animal Control Supervisor and Abbott as far as the solution or the procedure that Councilmember Bridges is referring to as far as being able to resolve the issue with increased enforcement or, I mean, you heard what was said, so I'd like to get your impression of that.
Yes, sir. How am I going to do that? I have 3 officers. I have 100 animals that we take care of. The area at Vets Park, we have to go 2 at a time. We have to wear body cams all the time because people are very passionate about us approaching them when their dog's off leash. My dog hasn't done anything. I don't know how on earth if we sit, this is just reality. If my truck sits at this park, I'm going to have 2 complaints to him that I'm harassing people, that I'm watching and I'm harassing. It's a very passionate issue. I don't know how I would do that. I mean, I'd love to have 6 more officers. I'll do it all day long. But I'm not going to get that. I only have 3.5 people to cover 7 days a week, 100 animals a day. You know, I can only do so much. I don't know what I would do. I'm open to. Do you have, Councilwoman? Do you have an idea of what you would like us to do?
I do have a question for you.
Okay.
So assuming we have this ordinance, now you've got anybody who is out there playing with their dogs off leash. Now you still need enforcement of that now. Now they are...
You mean if you pass it, then you're asking me what happens then?
Yeah.
Well, the chief of police over here just said he doesn't want us out there writing tickets. So hopefully, the media would spread what the law is and hopefully people would comply. When people don't comply, then they would call us and then we would respond. We would address the situation. But right now, I don't have any manpower to do anything proactive. I'm barely keeping up as it is.
I understand.
We have the ability to track verbal warnings. So if we come out and let's say an officer's driving through the park and he sees a dog run all over the place and he says, "Hey, who owns this dog?" And it's Bob's dog. We say, "Look, Bob, here's the law. You can't do this." And we can track a warning, put it in our system. If Ann goes by or one of her people go by 2 weeks later and this dog's running loose and they go, "Whose dog's this?" "Bob, you were warned 2 weeks ago about this. You were told you can't do this." Now we're going to write your criminal citation because it's being committed in our presence. So in the case we have now, the animal control officer would have to sit there and watch and wait until the dog did something that put it in violation of, and became at large. It would have to do an action. So we would have to station people down there just to watch for hours and hours and waiting for a violation, whereas under the ordinance change here, just being loose itself would be committed in their presence, and we can take proactive action to advise the people and get voluntary compliance. Again, most people voluntarily comply. The key is, though, is having an outlet for the action. You know, that's where that becomes difficult, because if there's nowhere else to go, you know, eventually people are going to do it anyway. You know, basically, they're going to sneak. You know, and that's the reality. So, but I really didn't want our officers out there writing a bunch of tickets for things like this. I hoped it wasn't going to be necessary. There are going to be some people that, unfortunately, we're going to have to deal with that way. They're going to want to make an issue of it and go to court and all this stuff, and that's their prerogative. I was hoping that really wouldn't happen. But the reality is we just can't station somebody at the park or pick a park and sit there for hours waiting for a potential violation. It'd be like me taking an officer and sticking them on a stop sign all day, waiting for somebody to go through the stop. We don't do that. We respond to complaints in a neighborhood, and we monitor the area for the complaint to see if there are violations. And then, you know, 1 out of 10 get a ticket normally. That's how it works. So I hope that answers your question.
Councilmember Jorgensen?
Yes, I think as it's been pointed out, we have a large number of dog owners in our community that are very passionate about their animals, and I get it. I've had my own animals and feel the same way. My concern going this direction is that we are addressing the actions of 10% of the people that are dog owners and not addressing the needs of the 90% of good dog owners. So we're addressing those that are misbehaving, but not providing options for those who are behaving. And we're punishing them in some ways for that. So I know that we're not supposed to bring up dog park or anything else, but I would say that we first address those who are doing the right thing by providing them options, and then come back to the drawing board with language that addresses those that aren't, so that at least there's options out there for those doing the right thing. And whatever that option looks like, if it looks like a dog park, if it looks like hours allowed to be there so that it reduces liability, but if we enact this code today, we punish those. And I just don't see it as the way that we should work through this problem initially. I think we should initially provide options and then provide structure in this direction.
I think it should be noted that something that we can do is establish when this goes into effect. Also, previously, options had been sought out. You know, the burden was the attempt appeared to be to transfer the burden onto a nonprofit organization that simply could not handle what was being asked of them, and in my opinion, never should have been asked to do that. But we can establish that. Madam City Attorney, do you have a timetable on these civil penalties that would be the enforcement mechanism for this particular ordinance?
Well, the requirement is by January 2023 that criminal infractions for traffic violations have to be civil in nature. So it would be this year that bill would be proposed for a scheme of civil fines.
And it is possible with the proposal we have before us this evening to say that the effective date would be 90 or 120 days. Is that correct?
Yes, you could change the effective date.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Adams?
Thank you, Mayor. For a number of years, I worked as a veterinary assistant here in town locally in Boulder City. And whether it was to help schedule the appointment, perform the intake on an emergency, or actually assist the doctor in the treatment, if a dog was bitten, I was likely aware, if not involved. So I really can sympathize and empathize with Ms. Nabnett here. I've also seen some pretty horrific things. So to believe that these incidents don't occur just because one has not personally observed them, it's akin to sticking your head in the sand. It's clear that they do. We've heard the stories. I took the time to reach out to as many citizens as I could who took the time to reach out to me about this issue, both in favor and against. Clearly, I was not able to respond to everyone. There was a whole lot of input on this. But one consensus across the board with all of them was the acknowledgement that, of the matter of fact, that there are problematic behaviors that are being allowed to occur by some of the dog owners at our parks. And that should not go unaddressed. Everybody seems to be in agreement that it does happen. The biggest concern I have heard from those that favor this bill is that they feel that their access and use to public parks is being limited by those who believe that our leash laws don't apply to them. On the other hand, the concern that I have heard from those who oppose this change, they don't feel that Boulder City provides appropriate alternatives to accommodate what they consider to be key to the development of their pets. We as a city have the ability to address all of these issues, and we should do so in as timely a manner as possible. And some of these issues are going to take longer to address than others, but I don't think it means that we should stop from addressing the issues that we can right now. And so, when I hear from our chief of police, from animal control officer, I want to be able to be sure that we can support them. If we are asking them to address this and to enforce this, we need to be sure that we can do so. And from what I've heard tonight, I think passing this bill would help to do just that. So that is my thoughts on the matter.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Fox?
Yeah, I don't think, between everybody's comments, everyone has a great point, whether it's safety, keeping everybody safe, and we don't want to punish, the good people and the good animals out there. But, it comes down to the outlets. We don't have any. And Mayor mentioned postponing or changing the date. But, now with supply chains and things being taking a lot longer to get, whether it's equipment, fencing, that might be if we put the date out and something happens, we can't get the stuff, then we're back in the same position. So with that, I don't want to punish the good people and the good animals just to take care of a few of the bad. But I do understand there's safety concerns, and we do want to fix that. Thank you.
Do you have any suggestions as to how it might be remedied other than what we have before us tonight?
Mayor, I do want to make a correction to my earlier statement. Section 22, sub 4 of the Boulder City Charter does say, except as provided in subsections 5 and 6, all ordinances become effective 20 days after publication. 5 and 6 are just for emergency ordinances, or then 6 is for real estate ordinances, are effective not fewer than 5 days after publication. So I actually don't think that we can change the effective date.
Okay. We still don't have any penalty structure in place, though. Is that correct?
For civil fines?
Yes.
Correct.
So a citation could be issued. under this ordinance?
If this ordinance, yes, for a misdemeanor, yes.
And what would the result of that be?
Typically, the person is charged with the crime, and then it would be the same process for any crime. You can plead not guilty, and you can negotiate with the prosecutor, and if there certain reductions can be made at sometimes if certain circumstances are met, or it can go to trial. So it's the same criminal process for any criminal violation.
And that's what is in the proposed changes, as well as the existing ordinance?
Yes, you'd be able to enforce it either way. For now, it would just be criminal because, again, we don't have these civil mechanisms yet. But then once those are enacted, we can do civil in lieu of criminal.
All right, thank you for the clarification.
Mr.
City
Mayor,
Manager?
one question of our city attorney. So the bill was introduced at our last meeting, and it must be heard 30 days from when it's introduced. And our next meeting would occur within that 30 days. So if the council was interested in options by way of dog parks or things of that nature that would need to be agendized, would this item be able to be continued as well, or is tonight the final date?
No, the next meeting is February 22nd, so that would be within the 30 days, and we could agendize an item for dog parks and other options for individuals wanting to have their pets off leash.
Thank you. As far as my thoughts go, I think I've presented those. We have a problem here. There's no question that we have a problem here. I do understand the folks that have commented tonight, have sent emails. I've spoken directly to some of you. Again, I get it, but I'm not sure that everyone gets what is happening here, because I know Councilmember Adams had made mention of it. There are people that simply don't use our parks anymore because of the dogs that are loose. And I know everyone is certain that their animal would never do anything. I had a dog for 14 years, and probably about halfway through her life, she had never done anything, never, threatened a person or anything. I happened to pull in to my driveway, and I opened the door. There was a young woman jogging by. Whatever it was, she was out of the car in a split second and nipped the woman on the heel. Never done anything like that before or after that particular episode, but it happened. Fortunately, the injury was not significant, but it certainly frightened the woman, and it certainly hurt. So I get that we all think that we can manage these things, and we've talked about dog parks. There's a potential for talking about that further, but that's not what this ordinance is necessarily about, although I certainly think that by including a area where animals can be allowed to be off-leash is in the city's best interest, in all of the folks that have shown up here tonight, and that's why that language is included in this ordinance. Is there an assumption of liability on something like that? Yes, there is. But we assume a lot of liability as we run a city, even a small city like this. So I do think that that language is appropriate. I think it is something that the city needs to look at. And with that, and Mr. City Manager's recommendation or suggestion, I would move to hold this item in abeyance then until our second meeting in February, with a discussion of potential solutions to the issues. Anyone wishing to second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
I didn't hear your vote, Councilmember Bridges.
I'm going to say nay.
All right, that motion fails. I will then make a motion to pass Bill 1913 with the amendments to allow for animals to be off-leash in areas at least 1,000 feet from residential, commercial, governmental, or utility structures. With the rest of the wording remaining as is. Do I have a second for that motion?
I will second that motion, Mayor.
Excuse me, Madam City Attorney, you have a comment?
Yeah, just with the amended language, we'd have to, there are several, we need to look at the easement agreement that we have. We need to look at, it wouldn't be possible to just put in we'd have to do more research as to what.
We have other ordinances that already contain that same type of wording. Shooting, firearm operations, those types of things.
Well, our shooting ordinance, a lot of our shooting ordinances aren't enforceable.
Well, sometimes you wonder why we bother showing up, I guess. Well, then I will move to pass Bill 1913 as stated. Is there anyone wishing to second that?
I will second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All right, that fails also 3-2. Because the bill has failed then, this will require another 30-day notification in order to move anything forward. Is that correct, Madam City Attorney?
That is correct. If another bill addressing the issue could be introduced and then considered within 30 days.
All right, thank you. We will then move to item number 8. For possible action, matters pertaining to the November general election. Madam City Attorney, I believe this is something that you want to introduce, or Madam City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item allows you the opportunity to discuss any potential ballot questions you'd like to be placed on the 2022 general election, which is November 8th, 2022. Item B, if you do decide that you would like an item to be placed on the ballot, allows you the opportunity.
Folks, excuse me just a moment, Madam City Clerk. If we could have you please exit out into the hall to hold any discussions. Thank you. Madam City Clerk.
Okay, I'll start.
Apologies for the interruption.
No problem. Part A of the item allows any discussion regarding potential ballot questions to be placed on the 2022 general election ballot. Item B is discussion and possible staff directive to the city attorney to draft any ballot questions. And if this did occur, we would then bring those drafted questions back to you at the next meeting, February 22nd, to approve resolutions. And if there happens to be any charter amendment request, then you would direct the city clerk to advertise for charter commission members. As a point of reference in the staff report, and it was just a point of reference, I just noted all expenditures from the Capital Improvement Fund or sale of land over 1 acre require voter approval. All charter amendments require passage of the question at 2 consecutive general elections before any amendments become effective. And Boulder City Code Section 1913 requires any debt obligations of $1 million or more to be voter approved. And I've attached also a timeline for your reference. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the potential ballots or the timeline? Ballot questions?
I have are we dealing with
Councilmember Bridges?
I'm sorry. Yes. Are we dealing with a specific memorandum and items placed on the?
I'd be happy to present the memorandum before you.
Pardon?
I would. I'd be happy to present the memorandum provided from myself and the city manager. And then there is another handout provided by Mayor McManus with 2 proposals for ballot questions.
Madam City Attorney, if you'd like to proceed.
Sure. Thank you. The first ballot question we would recommend, the city manager and I would recommend, is whether natural gas should be a permissible use within the El Dorado Valley. Section 144 of the city charter currently limits the uses that are available in the El Dorado Valley to recreation, solar energy facilities, desert tortoise preserve, as well as other typical city uses, utility lines, easements, things of that nature. We do have one operating natural gas facility in the El Dorado Valley, and this gas plant existed prior to this charter amendment being approved, so it was quote-unquote grandfathered in. However, this lease expires in 2027. So, and then there's also another lease option that exists for a gas peaker plant that was ancillary to a solar facility that expires in 2028. Again, this is not a facility that has been built, it's an option. And then finally, the city has been approached by persons interested in leasing land to build an additional gas plant within the El Dorado Valley. So if the city has any interest in renewing the current lease with the natural gas plant that is there, or allowing a lease option to be exercised for the gas peaker plant, or if there's any additional gas plants that the city would be interested in considering, a question must be approved by the voters to allow natural gas as a permissible land use. If the city wishes to limit the number of natural gas facilities, it can do that. It can do that within the phrasing of the question. So it would city council members would direct the next juncture is to direct the city attorney to draft the question. So that would be a part if that's something that's desired. Should I continue to the second option, or do you want to discuss that?
Why don't we do these one at a time so we don't get too mixed up on the items. So this is regarding permissible use for a natural gas burning plant or more in El Dorado Valley as a permissible use.
That's correct.
Okay. Questions or comments regarding this question? Councilmember Bridges?
Yes, I have a question. The way it's presented, from what I see, is this going to be on the ballot, or are we determining whether or not this should be on the ballot?
You're determining whether or not it should be on the ballot, and you're directing me on how to draft the question.
I absolutely would not want to see this on the ballot.
Okay.
My feet are in the ground on this. If we have something that currently is doing something like that, we let it finish what it's doing and go away. To me, it appears a commitment to renewable energy and solar energy production in the El Dorado Valley. And this, to me, is a camel with its nose in the tent. And if we start opening that up, it's where you let him do it. So, and the discussion that somehow, solar energy produces energy only when the sun's out. We have many opportunities now for placing battery storage along with our solar fields so that we can eventually produce energy 24 hours a day without the need of any kind of fossil fuels, period.
Councilmember Bridges, if I might add, so the current peaker plant that we do have, it brings in approximately $1 million in revenue a year to the city in lease revenue. And staff would definitely be supportive of just allowing the existing facility that's constructed to continue.
Absolutely.
But,
I think if we already have an agreement and we're receiving revenue, but to open it up for additional natural gas plants is to me a very dangerous step to take.
Just to clarify, the lease of the current facility does expire in 2027, and it's currently grandfathered in because of the existing lease.
Right.
But once that lease expires, we can't allow that gas plant facility to continue unless natural gas is an approved use within the El Dorado Valley. So that question would have to be on the ballot in order to allow this facility to continue past 2027.
Past 2027.
And we could limit it to the existing facility. If that, I'm just saying that that's an option if it is put on the ballot, that we could limit it to existing.
Yeah, my personal feeling is I would like to see it live out its lease, and for us not to rely upon fossil fuel energy production.
I understand.
In the valley going forward.
Councilmember Jorgensen?
So if it expires in 2028, is the reason that we're addressing it right now is because the next is 2 years down the way, and it wouldn't be enough time to be able to get everything in place to make sure we extended the lease or didn't extend the lease?
Well, really just to give the lessee enough time to know that, okay, once the lease, if this wasn't approved for the ballot this time, then the lessee would know, okay, well, in 2027, I'm not going to be able to proceed anymore. It could also go on the ballot again. But I don't know that there would be appetite for that if it was, not approved. But that is.
And you said that there is interest in another?
Yeah, we currently have an option too for what's called a gas peaker plant, and a gas peaker plant's a little bit different than a typical natural gas facility because it only operates when the solar facility is not able to produce energy. And then, so that's an option, again, a lease option. So it's not a lease yet. It would have to be exercised, and it couldn't be exercised unless it was an approved use. And then with regard to, yes, we've also been approached recently by an entity known as Champion Power, and they are interested in building a natural gas facility as well.
Okay, would that benefit us as a city at all? As far as, we've talked about getting some of the power, if at all possible, from solar or different places, but we always experience the same problem, right? The same problem is when they're not producing, we can't regulate because we don't store power ourselves.
At this juncture, battery storage is still a new developing technology. So it's my understanding that it's not widely used, but the batteries are getting better, and it is possible to start storing that power. That said, natural gas does provide a stable source of power when solar is not able to produce. It would allow us to receive lease revenues if we were to allow another facility, so that would benefit the city and that we would be allowed to receive lease revenues, as well as, diversify our income sources.
And to further that thought, the technology keeps changing almost, monthly, yearly, daily. We've been approached by a lot of companies that are interested in battery storage. As you've seen before, it can't be near population centers because of the issue. If it does catch fire, it just won't stop. But the existing plant natural gas is considered a clean energy. Of course, we'll continue striving to go towards the cleanest, but with that facility there being a large piece of our revenue, it would be good to at least retain that past the 2027 for the city.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that.
Other questions or comments? Councilmember Fox?
Will they see a rate increase for the land lease?
So if the lease were to expire, we would essentially negotiate an entirely new lease, and so the land must be, by pursuant to our city charter, leased at appraised value. And so yes, assuming the market continues on the current trend and the real estate market doesn't, take a large turn, then I would imagine it would be more revenue. Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Councilmember Adams?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'll say that given that there is one existing facility out there that does operate and we do currently receive revenue from them, I think it's fair to ask the residents whether or not they want to see at least that one continue. Personally, I do not feel comfortable with allowing much more than just this one that is currently here. Natural gas also requires a large amount of water, and not nearly as much as coal and some of the other ones, but it does still require a large amount of water versus solar and other renewable options. So I do think that while we have one, and since we are currently have an existing contract, I think it might be appropriate to ask the residents their thoughts on it moving forward, but I wouldn't be comfortable with much more than that personally.
Anyone else? Councilmember Jorgensen?
If we put that language, so what we're asking them basically is, can we add that to a use? If we put that language in there, then does it open us up to more asking?
Well, that's within your discretion tonight. So you could say, you could phrase the question as, should natural gas be an allowable use in the El Dorado Valley? In which case, if that were approved, then the city council could consider new natural gas facilities. At any juncture, though, the city council would have to approve of each project individually. So it's not as if by allowing the use, it would automatically cause all these facilities to be built. The city council would have to approve of each one. That said, it could also be drafted to say, should natural gas facilities be allowed in the El Dorado Valley with a limit of 2 or a limit of 1? And so that's a way that it would be drafted more eloquently than that. But, that I'm saying that it could be limited to, or it could say, could existing gas plant facilities be allowed to continue in the El Dorado Valley? So there are several ways you could draft it that would, if there wasn't a desire to allow any new facilities, you could draft it to have that effect.
And then the facts would be within the for and against, right? How much we currently are getting from that leased land, that this is going to expire, and why we're asking this question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and ultimately the decision is with the voters.
Okay.
And it could be emphasizing the fact that it is already there and providing revenue, not a new proposed use.
Councilmember Bridges?
Yeah, thank you. I do have a question. So, as it stands right now, the lease expires in April 30th, 2027.
Mm-hmm.
And without any kind of renewal, that company picks up its toys and goes and has to remove. Does the current lease say that they have to remove the structure that they have?
I would have to review the current lease to determine that. I don't have it in front of me, but that is typical of the city leases to require tenants to remove improvements upon termination. But I'd have to look at that lease to determine whether that's required.
Okay, secondly, the lease option for the gas peaker plant that expires in 2028. Does that need to remain an option, or could that be taken off the table? Is somebody paying on that option currently?
Yes, somebody is paying on that option currently. It was approved initially. It was an ancillary use, so it was approved in addition to a solar development. And then subsequently, prior to my tenure, the lease was bifurcated, and it's now its own lease. And so there is, so yes, so there is an option there that the city at this moment could not exercise or could not authorize, but the city did agree to allow the option, and it is being paid.
So it's being paid, but we don't right now have the opportunity to authorize them building it.
That's correct.
Because it must be ancillary to a solar
So it must be ancillary. Well, she said it was separately from that.
Yeah.
But it still would not be allowed currently to
Not under the city charter, no.
Not under the city charter. Now, isn't part of what we're responsible for with that, with the El Dorado Valley is solar energy production, conservation, and recreation, right?
Those are the current uses that are approved in the city charter, yes.
Okay, so a ballot question like that could actually open up that definition and say, well, natural gas is clean energy, right? So we're saying, well, should we widen that description from solar to clean energy, or?
It wouldn't amend the charter. Subsection 2 of section 144 allows additional uses to be approved of by the registered voters.
Okay.
And because of that language, it allows a ballot question to be presented to the voters for an additional use. And so however that's phrased, whatever that use is, our recommendation being natural gas facilities, then that would be the only additional use that's allowed.
But if we don't put this out there, then that anything that's grandfathered in right now would remain until the end of its lease.
That's correct.
And after that, we would be in a situation where we'd be limited to solar energy production and battery storage.
That's correct.
Correct. Okay. That's what I wanted to make sure that I had the proper understanding of that.
Is that it?
That's it. Yes, I wanted to make sure.
Anyone else? I have a little different view, and I may be incorrect, but I believe that existing plant is fairly integral to some of the operations out there, and it's one of the earlier or earliest developments there in El Dorado Valley. I realize that you may not know that, but I do think it is a critical item out there, and I would prefer to see something. I'm not in a hurry to see any additional ones built out there by any means. With the option that is current, if we are to limit that, what impact does that have on the option? In other words, if we're to say there can only be one plant down there, which is the existing plant, what impact does that have on this option? And is that even possible, or could that put us in some type of...
I would prefer to brief you on the impacts to the option in an executive session.
Okay. That makes it very difficult to decide what to do this evening with regard to the question. But,
well, I mean...
well, again, without knowing that, to then
well,
be able to recommend... That's okay.
No,
that's okay.
Well,
again, we can cover that at some other time. I would just say my preference would be then that it be worded in such a way to say that an existing gas-fired facility as of, let's say, January 1st, 2022, would be the only allowable gas facility in El Dorado Valley.
The specifics on the language, what we can do is we would be brought back later. And that's what I was going to say is I can brief you on the impact. And then what you could do is if you do choose to put this on the ballot, I would draft the question, and then you can and that would be brought back to you on the 22nd. And that's when you can finagle with the language, so to speak, so to make sure that it has the effect that you want, and that I can brief you on all the consequences prior to that. And so the question before you today is, do we put it on the ballot at all? And if so, you direct me. And if there's, and you can say, we would prefer to keep it to existing, we wouldn't want new facilities. And then if you want to not include the option, we can talk about that, what that would look like. And then I can provide you with the exact language at the next meeting, and that's when you can provide edits and things like that.
Do you need a motion in regard to that?
It would be clear so yes, I would like a motion.
I will move then to request you to draft language that would limit the number of gas-fired facilities there to 1, which would be the current one.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Is that sufficient?
Yes.
Thank you.
Perfect.
And that then brings us to the second.
I can go ahead and take this one. So the second question is whether the city should sell approximately 16.3 acres located southeast of Boulder City Parkway and Veterans Memorial Parkway for development of a grocery store and associated retail uses. So the background to this, the city, specifically our economic development coordinator, has reached out to nearly 70 different grocers attempting to attract, recruit, a second grocery store to Boulder City. And about mid last year, we did have a company that was interested in locating on a privately owned parcel. However, their expansion plans for their company completely changed and they were no longer interested. So in the development community, it's typical that a grocery store would lease their building, but it would be developed by a developer for them, which, with the city being the landowner trying to lease vacant land, doesn't make their business model for leasing the building really pencil. So having a plot of land being willing to be sold for a grocery store and other associated retail would, one, show that Boulder City is serious about wanting a second grocery store, and it would also show the development community that we're also, willing and identified this parcel with good traffic counts, accessibility, things of that nature. And of course, this would be just like any other land that's sold. It would be appraised and be sold for fair market value.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Councilmember Adams?
Thank you, Mayor. With this one, I think I'm like everyone else. I'd love to see another grocery store here. I guess my biggest concern would likely in the end be about how a question like this would even be worded, because I have big concerns that 16 acres of land is a decent amount for our city, and we've seen a second grocery store that came here that didn't make it more than a year. I think there were outside circumstances that might have led to that, but we have seen grocery stores close and fail here in town, and so I would really hate to see an amount of land dedicated to this area and then only to have it eventually then not be for that dedicated purpose. And then at that point, then what happens? What happens if along the lines of developing this property, suddenly the person says, well, now I no longer can afford to do the grocery store concept, or I can't find somebody to lease the area. Are they just completely SOL? Sorry if even that language isn't appropriate, but my apologies. I have concerns about the future of it and the impact that it might have if it is not, in fact, in the end, a grocery store.
Sure. And in my previous experience as an economic development person, typically these would be governed through a development agreement, and you would have certain milestones or clawbacks in that agreement where you would protect the city. You could have a reversion clause, things of that nature. So we would be able to protect the city. It would all be subject to negotiations with whoever was interested.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Councilmember Jorgensen?
I just wanted to say, just like James did, that many, many, many people ask me, how can we get a second grocery store? So I don't really have a problem asking the people, hey, here's one way, and seeing what they think, so that it goes, the question goes back to them. Is this a way that you want to get that second grocery store?
Councilmember Bridges?
when I saw the map where their property is, it made me very happy because A, it's not leapfrog development. B, it doesn't take people off the road into Boulder City in order to get to the grocery store. I know there was a lot of problems with with an old discussion about retail development outside of the downtown area, and that this actually is contiguous to existing developed Boulder City property down by Gingerwood, and I agree. I've heard so many people talk about how wonderful it would be to have a second grocery store in town. I don't look at the situation with what came into town and took over Albertsons. It was doomed to failure before it ever, there was no brand recognition. From a marketing professor perspective, it made my hair stand on end. But I do agree that this is something that should be brought to people to see if there's actually an appetite to develop that land there for that purpose.
Anyone else? Councilmember Adams?
To follow up with the, you talked about milestones, clawbacks, things of that nature. Are those things that could be included in the language, or are those things that would be determined then after it has been decided to sell, since I would assume those all depend on the developer that we find?
Well, the ballot language can specify the purpose of the land sale, right? So the ballot language would say for the purpose of a grocery store or potential retail complex. So from the city perspective, we wouldn't be allowed to sell it for any other use. And then once we negotiate the land sale contract, the teeth in there would be in the land sale contract and a possible deed restriction where we restrict what the use is for. And so that's, but for purposes of the ballot question, we look to the language, what the voters approve the purpose of the sale for.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I had asked for some type of comparison of this size of parcel in regard to what's typical. Was that information ever made available or researched or?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I have not looked at that, but I can pull it up within 30 seconds.
Go. Again, I think it's critical that we look at this and we have an understanding of how much land this is. I share Councilman Adams' concerns. Boulder City land deals seldom are what they initially started out to be, and they usually turn out to be something very different, and certainly not what the residents may have initially been told. So if this is more land or less land, it needs to be appropriately sized for something like this, because I can assure you, I've spent the last 4 years talking to a lot of people about what it would take to get a second grocery store here in Boulder City.
So the current Albertsons in town is approximately 5 acres, but that's not including the pad sites around it, like the strip center and the Starbucks, things of that nature. So really the site is closer to about 9 to 10 acres. The parcel that's in question, it does have some unique curvatures to it, so there's less frontage, so the orientation of the building would have to be along the side or near the rear of the property. So any pad sites on there for the associated retail uses would be fairly limited, so it would have more access road possibility than a typical site, having the main entrance on the rear and then a right in, right out on the front of the property. But if you wanted it to be less space, we could definitely do that.
Well, that's why I'd asked for comparable parcels for this, is to be able to make that decision. There's also a flood channel, obviously, that runs on the west side of that property. That may also limit what that parcel actually is. I don't know what type of easements we may have with regional flood control on something like that. But I'm always hesitant because of the experience I've seen here in Boulder City of, oh no, don't worry, this is going to be wonderful. And then a couple years down the road, people are like, well, that's not what we were told. So I'm very hesitant about, saying yes to something when we don't know if this is appropriate. I think that's a real danger for us. But I also think that this is a type of opportunity that the residents may be interested in and willing to support. It all gets down to information. How do we make decisions? It needs to be based on information.
And I will add that the Smiths on Boulder Highway in Henderson, the closest one to us, it's about 16 acres, the entire development there that has several restaurants.
It's fairly large. I mean, there's a large restaurant, there's a fast food restaurant, some bars, a bakery, I believe a dollar store, an auto parts store.
And it is a rectangle, and this is more of a triangle, which will have more challenges for development, but we could definitely reduce the amount of space.
Well, I'm not the expert on it, so I'm not sure whether to say it needs to be reduced or stay the same or what to do on it. So that would be something that I would want to know in order to support it, is what is the appropriate. If that's something that can be brought back to us, then I would advocate for going ahead with at least drafting the language on this. I am very concerned about how we do put a restriction on there. I understand that the question can be worded that way, but I would like to see the question say the land will only be sold with covenants that restrict the use of the property. To be as specific as possible. I understand we can't, nail it down in contract form for a ballot question, but to be very, very specific about this is the only thing that can be done with this land. Is that possible, Madam City Attorney, within a ballot question?
I'd have to look into that to see what we can include, and because I'd have to just look into that with what we'd be allowed to include.
Right, we have the single issue question with ballot questions,
exactly.
So that it has to be focused on one single issue.
Right.
So I believe that if you ask us to go ahead and draft it, we can give you an analysis of the proper space that would be needed within that, and also provide the most strong wording possible regarding a covenant or deed restriction on that.
Well, I'd be willing to support it based on what comes back.
Sure.
And I'll also be willing to not support it if it doesn't look like it's going to be strongly directed at this specific purpose. Any other questions or comments? I'll make a motion then to request Madam City Attorney to draft a ballot question with those parameters of being able to restrict the potential sale of this to a grocery store, and that the parcel be appropriately sized for that type of development.
Okay.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so we still then have the suggestions I have
Yes,
we're
Mayor.
still under A of this item.
Yes.
Section A. All right, the first one listed there is, there is a ballot question that will be expiring this year for transfer of $500,000 annually from the Capital Improvement Fund that would go specifically to city utility infrastructure needs. This was previously a question in 2014. It was passed by a percentage of 78% to 22%, very strongly supported by the community. And that $500,000 has been transferred every year since then to go to supporting the infrastructure repairs and improvements that are needed in the city. I believe that this type of question needs to continue. The city budgets have worked fairly well over these past few years with this transfer in place. And it specifically puts this money towards infrastructure needs of the city from that capital improvement fund. And Madam City Attorney, could you give us an overview of how money gets spent out of that capital improvement fund? Or have I put you on the spot?
Well, in general, the use of the capital improvement fund has to be approved by the voters. I'd have to review the particular provisions of the charter to...
The exact wording, I understand. Yeah. But in general, what this would allow then is to ask the voters if this amount could be transferred for infrastructure needs, which essentially are capital improvement needs, on an annual basis for a period of time.
That is what the current ballot question allows, yes.
All right. The one suggestion I would have is to change the 7 to 8 years because of the election cycles now. We don't have an election every year. We now have it only in even numbered years. Any questions or comments? Councilmember Jorgensen?
So would these funds be directly transferred into the utility fund then?
No. The way this is worded is infrastructure needs. I think we could specify.
I'm not the finance director, so I can't exactly talk about how the money moves. But in general, the utility fund is an enterprise fund, and typically the costs for those are paid from the utility fund, is my understanding. I'm not sure exactly how it works with...
Well, we transfer money all the time into it based on the lease revenue that comes into the city. So there's money that goes into that fund, into the utility fund, from outside the fund. And quite honestly, Councilmember Jorgensen, I would prefer to specify that it would be for utility infrastructure needs within the utility fund, because one thing that does is allow our rates to remain low.
Right, that's why I was asking if it would go inside there so that we have also that accountability within there to see how it's been used.
Yes. Councilmember Bridges?
When we had the rate study, did that include the assumption of the continuation of that $500,000 a year going into the utility infrastructure needs?
Councilmember, the rate study assumption is that it ends in 2022, so any projections currently are not having it continue after 2022. And then the only other thing is with the addition of any potential rescue plan dollars that does further inject cash into the water and wastewater, but it can't be used for electric.
The infrastructure money, the
ARPA funds
cannot be used.
Correct.
So this would help shore up the money.
The other two.
Utilities.
Correct. And I was looking here, I don't have it all memorized, but we do have several different funding sources in the CIP. So there is the general fund source, utility funds, and then other funds like cemetery, airport, the VERF, court assessments, the RDA, and then we have golf funds. And then we get to the capital improvement funds, which there's the up to $1 million a year for city facilities. There's this specific $500,000 annually for the utility infrastructure that sunsets in financial year 22, and then proceeds from Track 349 and now track 350 will be in there. And then we have the outside sources like the FAA, RTC, things of that nature.
So, yeah, I was going to ask in terms of the effect, was this necessary to do considering the infusion of the money from the ARPA funds, but there are parts of our utility infrastructure maintenance that cannot be covered by the ARPA funds, correct?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying? Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
So the Raftellus model, when we just did the purchase of the new transformers, that was utilized to make sure that we had the cash flow to be able to cover those. But that will, keep the fund balance currently where it's at because we bought them now instead of waiting. But with the economies of scale, it will save us considerable money.
Other questions? Councilmember Adams?
Thank you, Mayor. I think it all comes down to the fact that this had wide support of the public when it first passed. I think, the taxpayers' dollars, we should ask the taxpayers how they want to see it spent. I think there's no problem with asking them again on this matter.
And again, I believe this is also a way, I certainly hear it from residents, how do the solar leases benefit us? I think this is one of those ways that that lease revenue, however it gets mixed into all of the other funds, does provide a direct benefit to the ratepayers here in Boulder City. Any other questions? I'll make a motion then to have Madam City Attorney draft a question that would be similar in this, extending the time for the question to run to 8 years and remaining at the $500,000 with the clarification that it does go into the utility fund.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right. The second I had was the creation of a ward system here within the community. The language that I've included here is from the city charter of the city of Las Vegas, which does use a ward system. I think having a ward system in any community puts the representation closer to the voter, and I think that's a critical need for any democracy or any community to be able to have people that represent their particular interest and have the knowledge of what's occurring in their neighborhood. This is the type of thing I think that gives representation at the closest level possible to any individual. Any questions or comments? Councilmember Bridges?
Would a consequence of this be future councils that would be made up of representatives of the specific wards?
Yes, that is the wording of what's here for the city of Las Vegas ward system.
Okay.
Councilmember Jorgensen?
I personally don't see a need for this in Boulder City. I think that we can represent the community at large and represent all interest. We're not the size of Henderson, and that's the thing that we like about Boulder City. And we're not the size of Las Vegas, and it provides an opportunity for people of all different concerns and questions to be able to approach all of us at all the time. So I really don't see a need for this.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Adams?
Would this then be a change to our charter?
I believe it most likely would, but I'll leave that up to Madam City Attorney to.
I'd have to review the particular election provisions of the charter to see if that's. I can't recall off memory whether the at-large requirement is in the charter, but typically, when you do create wards, they do tend to be within the city charter. So.
Well, this language was quoted from the city charter of Las Vegas.
So I think
and I don't know, Madam City Clerk, again, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I believe the elections are defined.
They are.
Within the charter.
Section 96.
So yes, I believe that a charter change would be required, which would have to be approved by the voters at 2 consecutive elections, I believe.
I would just have to research that. Yeah. Okay. Yes, the charter would have to be amended, yes.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Bridges?
Yeah, I guess I'm going to ask kind of a sarcastic question of what is it that is broken that this needs to be used to fix it? That it's a serious question. I mean, what creates our need to do this? Because currently we have 5 at large, really, members of our council in a town of 16,000 people.
I can only answer it based on my education and experience and research as someone who has a political science degree that says the more direct the representation that a voter has, the better their interests are going to be represented. And I know that Councilmember Jorgensen had commented earlier that it's best if a voter could go to all council members with any issue they have. I believe that dilutes the influence that an individual voter may have with their representative. That's one reason why we do census every 10 years. It's in the Constitution that we will do that so that the representation among the voters is tied to how many people there are in a particular area. And that's what this does. It specifically references the census and calls for adjustments anytime that the wards get imbalanced as far as the number of voters, so that you don't have one area of voters that may have more influence than another. It's kind of a first principle of democracy, really. Councilmember Adams?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have some concerns, more specifically just around how the wards could be structured. I would be concerned that those, more marginalized communities within our own might be at a disadvantage, or wards could be created in such a way that it actually dilutes some votes. That being said, the fact that this would be a charter amendment and would require two consecutive the approval of this ballot question consecutively, it does really put this into the voters' hands. It lets us know, how do the voters want to be represented? Do they want to be represented by an at-large council, or do they want to be represented within a ward and having a council member that comes directly from that ward and understands their specific needs? So it's not that I don't have my concerns with how this could be implemented, but given that it would require serious thought and the commitment twice from the public, I think it's worth at least asking the question.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Fox?
I think Boulder is it's a small community, so everybody already has direct representation. Everybody knows everybody here in this town, so I don't think setting up a ward is, I don't think it would be necessary, because, we are such a small town. It would be overkill.
And again, I had explained earlier that, my view of that is democracy works best at the individual level when each individual has the opportunity to have the closest amount of representation possible. And I can assure you, I don't know everyone here in Boulder City, although I've been here for several decades. Any other questions or comments? I'll make a motion then to request Madam City Attorney to draft a question regarding the creation of a ward system, which would be based on equal population within each ward.
I'll second.
There may be a question here. Let me.
Sorry, I just had a clarifying question to ask of the city clerk.
So any technical issue with the motion that I made?
No, I would just add that, you know, currently we are at large, so if wards were approved, there would need to be maps drawn, et cetera, so there would be a cost there. So I don't know if you'd want to make it effective upon the next census, so that we would do it with.
Well, I think it has to, well, it
Yeah.
could be based on the 2020 census, but it does require to be passed twice. So if it fails the first time, there would be no expense involved.
No, I know, but I'm just saying that you may want to direct me to draft the question so that it's effective on the next census, because that's when, no. That's how it wouldn't work, okay.
No, it uses the most recent, so
Most recent
regardless of when it would pass, it would use whatever the most recent census is.
Okay.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion fails 3-2. Any other ballot question recommendations or suggestions? All right, before moving on to the next portion of this item, we will take a 10-minute recess and resume at 9:15. Thank you. I'll call the meeting back to order. We're on section B of item number 8, discussion and possible staff directive to City Attorney Walker to draft ballot questions. We've determined the ballot questions that we would like to see, so I'm assuming at this point you need a motion then to proceed with that drafting.
Well, I think each individual question was already directed, so we don't need a new motion, but if there are additional questions that any council member would like to propose.
Councilmember Jorgensen?
Yes, I was wondering if it'd be possible for us to draft some sort of ballot question regarding vehicles parked on the side of the road and what it is that the community would like as far as that's concerned, whether or not to make that off limits or not to make it off limits.
And are you referring to like in front of residences or?
Right, and I'm referring to, say, boats, trailers, RVs, those kind of things.
For on-street parking.
On-street parking, yes.
Okay. Yes, we could draft an advisory question. We do currently have an ordinance on the books, but it's, yeah, we could draft an advisory question that would ask what residents, whether that's permissible. That should be something that's permissible.
Okay.
And based on what you said, then you're talking about oversized vehicles, not passenger vehicles or pickup trucks.
Right, for extensive.
Is it possible within the, I've heard that's one of the issues is the NRS definition of a vehicle. And again, I know you're not going to know that off the top of your head by any means, but That's what I'm assuming you're referring to would be oversized vehicles.
Right, right. We just, that's a huge conversation
Oh, yes.
in the community, and I think that we should place that on the community to ask them.
Would recreational vehicles, trailers, boats be essentially, I mean, we can look at the language.
Yeah, I can,
Yeah.
and then bring the language back to you and you.
Which is what you would be doing.
And it would be parked, you want to ask whether it's allowed to be parked on residential. Would you want an exception for the owner, or just in general, should it be allowed on residential streets?
Meaning, are you asking, should it be in front of the residence of the person who owns the vehicle?
Yeah, yes, exactly.
I would think so, because
Okay.
I would think you wouldn't, unless given permission.
I think for the most part, these are owners that I'm just
Okay,
I'm
like
just making sure I understand so that I draft it the way that's requested. Okay.
Yeah, so do I need to make a motion for that then?
Yes, I do believe
Well,
Councilwoman.
Yeah, I
Bridges
have
said-
discussion, sorry.
right.
Okay.
And again, just for clarification then, so these types of vehicles, what you're suggesting is these types of vehicles would still continue to be allowed if they were in front of the owner's residence?
I suggest that we ask
But I mean,
the community,
that's
yes,
what you're
if
looking
that's
for.
what we would like
The
to
intent.
still happen.
Yeah, should it be phrased as should excuse me, it's getting late. Should oversized vehicles such as RVs, boats, trailers be allowed to park in front of a residence? So is that how you
Of
want to phrase the
owner's-
question, or
of
should
the
it be?
owner's residence.
Of the owner's residence, or should it be phrased in the negative, or should they not be allowed to park in front of the owner's residence?
And then do you do a time limit or,
Yeah.
and specify on public
Yeah.
street?
Yeah, typically, we have the current ordinance, there is a current state statute, and it's 72 hours. But the issue is that it's if the vehicle, there's an ambiguity on, it says the vehicle hasn't been moved in 72 hours. Well, what does moved mean? And so that's the.
And maybe we should say longer than 72 hours.
Yeah, so, and I can bring the language back to you, I'm just trying to get some clarification, yeah.
Councilmember Bridges?
I have, it drives me crazy when I drive down a street and I have trouble getting through because they're permanently parked. However, I have a neighbor who has one, and when they're packing it up to go, they need a couple days, and then when they bring it back, they need a couple days, and there's no alley or driveway or anything. So, yeah, there would, and then also that 72 hours, does that mean if they drive away and come back the next day, does that clock start again? So it's
Yeah.
That is the current issue, I think, that we face, because if someone rolls it forward and backward, then
it's moved.
Technically, it did move.
Yeah, so maybe it should just be, should they be allowed to park in residences, and for purposes other than like loading and unloading, really?
Just park there long.
Yeah.
And we can, I can bring the language back to you and you can provide. Yes, and then, so at this juncture, we would need, unless there's an additional discussion, we would need a motion to direct me if.
Other questions or comments? I do believe that the Clark County had drafted something similar to this not too long ago. So that may be something to look at because they were having issues with actually semi-trailers being parked in residential neighborhoods. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Fox?
Boulder is, it's a recreation town. We live the desert. Everyone has trailers, including myself and a lot of friends. So, when it comes to trailers, we'll park it, for 3 months out of the year when the weather's nice. we park in front of our house, we'll load it up, it takes a couple days, to unload, and then, we're gonna go out the next week, so, we'll leave it there. That's most of this town. And I think maybe having it the size of the street, would have some different conditions. Because if it's a big street and there's no issues, with the trailer being parked there, I think there should be a time limit, but definitely not 72 hours. There's a lot of trailers here in town and a lot of recreation people, so I think it's gonna be a tough one.
Yeah, I think it's the options that are available to people, and right now, that doesn't. I know I've spoken with Mr. Tedder. I think we can look for some things, but I share your concern also. It's great to tell people you can't do it, but they enjoy their boat or their RV or whatever it is, or maybe they have a trailer that they use for a specific purpose. I think doing something like this without a solution, and our storage facilities, from what I understand, are all full. But this gets to be a safety issue, I think, is what I see and what I hear from residents. A small child might dart out from behind one of those. They're difficult to see around. But again, I'm not in favor of just telling people, especially in Boulder City, where a lot of folks live here because of the recreation opportunities that we have, that's it, they're all done. That's probably not appropriate for our population as well. Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Adams?
I guess it all will just depend on what the outcome of this vote is based on how we're going to have to address it, so.
All right, if you'd like to make your motion.
I move to add this as a possible ballot question, as we've discussed, as you had the wording before.
And that would be as an advisory question?
As an advisory question.
I'll second that.
I have one question.
Councilmember Adams?
For clarity, was it determined whether we wanted it to be in the positive or in the negative, so?
I think I would prefer it in the positive.
So to clarify, we would say, do you want to allow large vehicles? Okay, I just wanted to be clear.
Thank you.
And that was the way it was stated. So the second remains. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes 4-1. Any other possible ballot questions? All right, then we will move to section C, discussion and possible staff directive to Madam City Clerk. I don't believe we proposed any charter amendments. So, Councilmember Adams?
The natural gas, would that be a charter amendment?
No, because subsection 2 of section 144 of the city charter allows additional uses to be approved by the voters.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah, there's no need for an amendment.
I just wanted to make sure.
So that then concludes item number 8. Everyone in agreement? All right, we'll move to item number 9 for possible action. City Council discussion to determine appropriate performance review. Mr. Tedder?
Yes, so Administrative Services Director Bryce Bolt has done quite a bit of research on different evaluation methods for the appointed officials. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to him to overview the different options that are available to you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. There's probably an infinity of options available, but I've provided some samples and examples, and they included what we use for regular employees. There's some classification-specific evaluations, and I also gave you a link to the City Attorney of City of Henderson as an example of a presentation by an appointed that would then be, have questions and answers from the council and accepted as the evaluation, and then there'd be compensation considerations thereafter. That seems to be predominantly what is used throughout the valley, that type of format. I'd be happy to answer any questions and try and facilitate the discussion in any way.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Councilmember Adams?
Thank you, Mayor. We actually just performed an evaluation of the Chief Health Officer at the Board of Health, Southern Nevada Health District, and it was very much like you just described. Dr. Ligon provided us a presentation with his accomplishments over the year, his goals, and then we as a board had the opportunity to ask questions, to provide our comment on the work that was done, and then of course deliberate merit-based compensation. And I thought it was very adequate. What I don't really like are assigning numeric values to vague definitions like somewhat satisfactory, satisfactory, very satisfactory. I don't think that actually helps us move forward and to provide the right type of guidance that we should be providing to our appointeds. Myself, I think two of us could have very similar opinions on the performance that they're doing and still arrive at very different numerical numbers based on what those mean to us. So for me, I think this is an opportunity to listen, to hear from them on what has been done, what future accomplishments might be, and for us to provide real feedback and guidance, and so that we can all be on the same page together as a council and with our appointeds. And so I would prefer to see a method, a presentation, allow us to discuss, ask questions, provide our guidance, and then discuss compensation.
Thank you. Councilmember Jorgensen?
I'm just wondering, I know that they come and annually do reports, like I know you just did your city manager report, your annual city manager report. So would you see it as being in addition to, or at the same time, or?
Yeah, I think it's a little more, much in the same way, I think it would be a little bit more personalized to their official, what they are doing as an individual in this position. I think sometimes like our city manager's report is an overview of how all the departments are performing, how all of these different things are. Will there be overlap? Probably, but we all know some of the work that has been done, but we might not be privy to maybe how that's being accomplished or how they want to share some of those more specific details that apply specifically to them and their work. So,
Councilmember Bridges?
Yeah, I think I'm coming at it from a completely different experience and background, having taught at a university, having evaluated, having been evaluated. It might be good for me to have part of the process involve a presentation, but I do like, we don't necessarily have to have a 20 by 6 rubric, but I think that a quantitative measurement is helpful for me. I like those City of Austin evaluation sheets, and then the extra one that came from, I believe, the California League of Cities for the city attorney. It gives me an opportunity to say you're doing, 4, but you're not quite there yet, or to be able to, the nice thing about a presentation is there is a question and answer format, but I also like a rating guide. I know for me when I was teaching, I would look at and I would see, where it is I'm making the mark and where it is that I have room for improvement. So I could see using the Also, when I looked at the city attorney for Henderson's presentation, there are 13 attorneys in the legal department for the city of Henderson. There's an attorney, a senior assistant attorney, and then 11 assistant attorneys. And what I heard from him is we, as opposed to I. It seemed like more of a presentation of how the legal department is doing as a whole and him as the sort of chief executive of that department, as opposed to a one-on-one, this is what I've accomplished. We're a small town, what I've accomplished, and then also being able to go through and saying, does the advice take into it, or, for how well are you carrying out directives, and how. So I would see that both of them would be effective, but I'd still like to see a quantitative measure.
Other questions or comments? I'd like to hear from each one of the officials what their preference is. Starting with Madam City Clerk.
I would just say as a caveat, we would be expressing our preferences, I think, in our personal capacities, and rather than our official capacities.
Well, again, you're going to be evaluated, and I think it's important to hear from you what format you think is most effective to provide the feedback and evaluation of the council members to you. So I'd like to know what your ideas are on how that could be most effectively accomplished.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to be clear that we were speaking in our personal capacities, so that it wasn't. Do you want to?
What, and Mr. Bolt, do you want to comment too, if they did do the quantitative forms, it would have to be combined, not individual?
It would,
they speak as one voice.
it's an evaluation by the council, so the scores and comments would be combined into one document that is the council's evaluation, if it's a quantitative measure of that nature.
Quantitative meaning that there would be some type of numeric score.
Yes, sir.
Assigned to specific questions.
Yes, I believe that's what Councilwoman Ridges referred to, yes.
So do you want me to go ahead with my personal opinion?
Please.
I'm really in favor of the way Councilmember Adams said they do it at Southern Nevada Health District.
Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Speaking as myself, in my personal capacity, I do appreciate the presentation. I think it's important to explain, the role of an attorney and what the rules of professional responsibility require, my duty of confidentiality, my duty of advocacy, my duty of communication, and just explaining that a little bit. So that you have an idea of what my professional responsibility duties are, and to be evaluated based on that criteria. I definitely would also agree. I prefer typically the way Southern Nevada governments do it, which is a presentation method similar to what Councilman Adams described. However, of course, in my official capacity, it's up to City Council, and whatever City Council feels is appropriate.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, so personally, any type of tool that provides feedback and constructive, ways to do better, I'm completely all for that. I think Councilmember Adams kind of hit the nail on the head that yes, it might have some similarities to the presentation that I gave last month, but that was really focused around the performance measures of every department. So if I did do a presentation, it would be more focused on what am I doing on a daily basis. And a lot of people might not know several of the things that I am doing, or different team building techniques, things of that nature. So I would be okay with any of the options that were presented, but the presentation does seem beneficial to highlight some things, having that kind of back and forth dialogue.
Thank you. And Mr. Bolt, we do not have an established process for appointed official reviews, is that correct?
We do not, sir.
And as I recall, it's been, well, certainly before I was on council, an evaluation was done for any appointed official.
There was occasions when evaluations were done for officials, and it had a it had similar to what those classification evaluations looked like. It was similar to that.
You know, my feeling is I would prefer to hear from each official explaining what their focus is, what they believe their accomplishments have been, and what their goals might be for the future. In looking at the examples that were included in our packet, the one for the city attorney is pretty detailed, quite honestly. I think that you know, there are things there that I certainly wouldn't know and would have difficulty applying a numeric score to. When I look at the one for the city manager, I think that that is a little more along the lines of what I would prefer to communicate to an appointed official. And then the one that was included for the city clerk, I think is also along those lines where we're looking at categories rather than specific skills. You know, I seem to recall a few years ago that there was an evaluation done, actually several years ago, and one of the recommendations was to have the, I believe it was the city attorney, improve their typing skills. I'm not quite sure that that's something that I need to evaluate or is important to, you know, the performance of an appointed official. So I would prefer to keep something in there for quantitative, but have it be in areas that are a little more broad that we can interpret and apply rather than specific skills. And I think that's the same issue I had in looking over the form that's used for city employees. Again, we're looking at a different skill set, I believe. So I would prefer something along the lines of either the city manager or city clerk forms, but also being able to provide a narrative, and each of those forms does that, so that each council member can express their expectations and any areas where they feel that the job is being done well or that improvements might be made. Councilmember Jorgensen?
I agree with the mayor. I like the idea of a hybrid, maybe. I like the idea that you have the opportunity to come in and do a presentation and tell us exactly what it is that you've been doing specifically. And then us having the opportunity, maybe not a 20-page, you know, diary on everything, but kind of a hybrid, like you said, that's a little bit shorter, that we can then give input or feedback for you, so that you can also have something that's hard data in front of you that will be helpful for you.
Thank you. Anyone else? So have we given you anything to work with?
Yes. The current city manager and the city clerk examples, would you like those further abbreviated? So would there be a presentation and then some type of sheet for you to score broader categories, or are those of the length and size that you think would be appropriate?
Well, I think we seem to have general agreement on we would like a presentation from each of the appointed officials on what they believe their accomplishments are, what their goals are, and you know, potentially any areas for improvement. So I think we're in agreement on that. Well, anyone disagree with having a presentation from each official? I guess then the next question would be, again, I think there's a lot of similarity between the examples we have for the city manager and the city clerk. I think those are the types of categories that I would prefer to look at for a top professional in our city.
Very good. I will try and produce that product.
And then lastly, there would be an opportunity for each council member to address any specific concerns or goals that they may wish to express to the official.
Yes.
Councilmember Adams?
Because we'll be including presentation and hearing directly from our things, are we then expected to provide our answers, provide our numeric assessment beforehand, essentially come up with that, come arrived with our assessment, and then listen to their presentations and then make additional comments from there? Or are we expecting to make these assign these numeric values based on the presentation, not based solely on the presentation, but including information provided in the presentation?
I believe on the forms, at least one of them calls or asks for the members of the council to complete the sheets and ahead of time. I'm not sure that's the best solution because there could be something said during the presentation that I may not have been aware of or may not have, given the proper weight to. Is it possible we could do something where we hear the presentations, we then complete the numeric evaluations and task you with compiling those during a recess?
Yes, I would assume this would be a special meeting to conduct these evaluations, and certainly a recess. We could average the scores, include all the narratives and comments from council into one document.
And I think we have discussed that this would be a special meeting at the end, towards the end of March.
Yeah, then there'll certainly be flexibility of time to do that type of thing.
All right. Anyone disagree with that approach? All right. Is that sufficient for you, or?
I believe it is, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. That brings us to item number 10. Again, this is a matter relating to labor negotiations, which we will be going into closed session for. So we will adjourn our regular session now at this time and reconvene.
Excuse me, Mayor, we need a motion.
Oh, sorry. Do we have a motion to adjourn the regular session for the closed session at this time?
I move to adjourn the session for the closed session at this time.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And we will then proceed to the conference room and resume at 10 p.m. Thank you. We'll call our regular session back to order. Special session has been adjourned, and we will move now to our final public comment period. Seeing no one in chambers, we will move to anyone wishing to call in. The phone number is 702-589-9629. Anyone wishing to call in for the final public comment period. Comment during this time may be on any subject. Each person will have up to 5 minutes to speak. As always, we ask people to be civil and concise in their comments. Again, the phone number is 702-589-9629. This is the final public comment period for the city council meeting. Anyone wishing to call in, the number 702-589-9629. Madam City Clerk, were there any email comments received for the final period?
No comments received.
Thank you. Hearing no one, we will close the final public comment period and move to council reports. Councilmember Bridges, any report?
No report.
Councilmember Jorgensen?
No report.
Councilmember Fox?
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Adams?
For anyone that's still watching, there will be another, the final immunization clinic at the Boulder City Library on February 17th, and that'll be from 10 a.m. to 2. They did also mention that they have a number of vaccines available for if any child needs it for their schooling.
Thank you. I attended a Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority meeting this morning. Recently completed a weekend with the NHL All-Star Game or East-West Game, as well as the NFL Pro Bowl. Those were both successful events for Las Vegas. The Omicron variant of the COVID virus did slow things a bit, but they are looking forward to some of the larger conventions beginning to return. Again, it's on the upswing. The virus is what's slowing us down. If you've not been vaccinated, please consider doing so. We will also be doing the State of the City address next week on February 17th. Social hour at 5, the address at 6 p.m. And you're welcome to attend, and please RSVP ahead of time with our city clerk's office. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you all.